I'm just excited somebody can finally pronounce my name. I tried very hard, so I'm glad we nailed that one. But we're going to set up our next game where we have another chance for an underdog to make a stand. It is Europe's H2K versus China's Ed Wood Gaming. Straight out of the gate, Ed Wood Gaming were playing exactly the way we've come to expect them and forced the Bangkok Titans into a quick 20-minute surrender. So this one is going to be a bit tough.
You say underdog, all I see is that Europe's beating China so far in the tournament, so if history repeats itself. But yeah, getting back to the game, what I fear the most is this top lane triangle. So you have Klilov, Pawn, and Amazing J working together, and they should be able to beat Lulix, Ryu, and Odolamne. On paper, that matchup is so tilted towards Ed Wood Gaming, so that alone should be very interesting to watch.
I guess on the other side as well, like, just the supports are so strong there, so there might even be a mismatch. And in general, I feel like HDK are a little bit more on the bottom lane. Yeah, having Lulix and Ka-Sing, who notoriously have been a little bit behind in terms of synergy, matchup against Klilov and Make, that is just not going to work out. So these are already a couple of mismatches we see, so it's very hard for us to find winning lanes, winning matchups, winning pairings altogether. So yeah, EDG
definitely favored over here.
Well, HTK is an all-or-nothing team that relies on getting that early game advantage. They weren't able to find it against SKT, and it won't be any easier today against Edward Gaming's faster and more aggressive game.
That's right. As you guys said, they are the underdogs coming into this one. To survive the EDG onslaught, it's going to be important for them to start out with a good jungle start for Lulex. You guys keep mentioning him. You know, against SKT, Bangy
really
just
well.
came in. He bullied him out from the very beginning of
Almost
the game.
too easy.
Didn't even need his laners to collapse to come bully Lulex out. Wasn't able to even drop any defensive wards, so that's where it really went wrong very early for them. Also, H2K are going to have to watch out for the early dragon fights. We saw, you know, they were even able to claw their way sort of back into the game, and yet at that dragon fight, they kind of chased a little bit too much tunnel vision for them, and they got pretty far behind in the mid game.
I mean, it is so easy to get just overly excited when you are the underdog, when you're pitched to really lose that game and you somehow get a bit of a lead or you're winning a fight. You think, oh my God, we're doing it. It's going to happen, and then you chase too far, and then you get
Speaking of Lulex, he was the one with a good Gragas play, you know, and he ulted Faker back into the team fight, and that's what, you know, got their blood boiling, got them pumped up and wanting to chase, but a little bit too far.
Yeah, it was a bit, but before we hit the Rift, I'm going to check out our stars. We'll start on the European LCS H2K's side. In the top lane, it is Odo Amne. In the jungle, it is Lulex. In the mid, it is Ryu, AD carry Hyun, and support Chia-Hsin, and of course, Coach Proly.
Yeah, I wonder if they will actually give him Zed this time around. Probably he wasn't able to let Ryu lock it in before. But that's going to be it for H2K. For the LPL's Edward Gaming, it's going to be up top, Amazing J. In the jungle, Clear Love. Mid Pawn, AD carry Deft, and of course support Mako. Coach Aaron is going to be on stage with them as well.
Yeah, there's just so much experience in that roster, both coaching staff and players. Like, they've been on this stage before. Even if H2K managed to get somewhat of a lead, an upset in the early game, these guys are resilient enough. They've played so many games over in the LPL, so not many things phase EDG.
Yeah, Aaron's got to be one of the most successful coaches in League of Legends of all time.
Absolutely, and I think the nice thing about this matchup is no matter what, EDG do like to punish you early. They can play different styles, but they prefer being proactive. And H2K, we already know, they're really coming out of the gate swinging team. So we could have a very fun, very chaotic game, especially in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see if H2K can keep pace up in the early game, because they have had, you know, strong showings in the early game. You know, throughout the European LCS, you guys talked about their lane swap a lot in the early stages, you know, in spring and something like that.
Yeah, so HGK have gone through different phases, some part of the season where they were incredibly strong, 0 to 10, so they just had really good laning phases, but obviously to do that against a team of EDG's caliber, relying on that strength, probably not the best strategy, but they were also just really good at the start of summer, especially in lane swaps, in the Western style lane swap, which is actually one of the more successful lane swap styles so far in the early stages of the tournament. However, they didn't have a plan B, so whenever one of their scripted moves kind of just fell flat and people started defending against very often these dives that Oruamne came down for, then H2K was kind of lost, and we could see that in their play, just not very, together, not in synergy.
Well, we are in a champ slate now for this game. H2K over on the blue side, EDG on the red. Twisted Fate going to be banned away from Pawn, and Gangplank continues his very bannable status in this particular tournament.
Yeah, as we mentioned yesterday, Twisted Fate is one of the main champions that Edward Gaming have used to just steamroll in the past when they do get an early lead and Pawn just all over the map. So again, that's going to be banned away from them.
Yeah, that Twisted Fate ban seems to be only targeted at Pawn in this tournament, so a very player-specific ban, rather than a lot of what we see is like what we call meta bans, like Gangplank being banned out, Elise being banned out. You can see that for any team. Pawn TF, different case.
What was even more impressive was that yesterday it was banned against them from the red side, so they didn't even want to try and counter it and, you know, let them pick it early on the blue side and then go for something that could pressure him. But this time around, Proly's taking the helm.
Yep, gonna make sure that's banned out there. Elise also banned by H2K, and Lee Sin the response from Equid Gaming, so some of these top tier junglers actually getting taken out now.
Immediately springing to mind is again the Gragas that Lulex used yesterday. I think that H2K will probably prioritize that fairly heavily. Elise and Lee Sin being off the board are the top two super early game junglers.
And Lulu, most notably, actually gets open. Mordekaiser been 100% banned still, I believe, and Thresh is Edward Gaming's final ban.
Lulu's been perma-ban status so long that it feels like some of these teams may just not even have the Lulu strategy on point, and then the enemy team is using that to bait them into early picking and hoping that their strategy isn't that well executed, and then they can get more OP picks in return. Let's see if H2K fall for this trap, or if they actually just get Lulu and win.
Yeah, so, well, Lulu is up, and then there is also the option of getting one of those juggernauts in the top lane. So you don't want to just have the Lulu plus 80 carry. Darius up in the top lane's another great Lulu target for a lot of the buffs that she'll give up. So EDG not going to let them have that combo, it looks like, hovering over the Darius already. They want to split it up.
Yeah, it looks like Clearlove's looking at Rek'Sai here. Obviously, that pick goes up in value if Elise and Lee Sin are banned, and Clearlove obviously good, fantastic Rek'Sai player.
He's got so many games on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I think it's probably his best champion. So, I mean, maybe going to trade Rek'Sai for Gragas here, but Lulu was, of course, the first pick for H2K. Edward Gaming just deciding what they want to do with their next few picks. Lots of flexibility. They'll lock in Rek'Sai and Darius once again for Amazing J.
And here we see EDG wanting almost 3 picks and only having 2 slots available to them, so they have to let the Braum go, or the Braum could be an elaborate hover bait, but I doubt it. I think Braum is definitely pick worthy on the first rotation on purple, but so is Darius, so is Rek'Sai. So many choices open here in this champs lane.
Yeah, the Unbreakable just provides so much value when you are facing a Lulu buffed AD carry to buy that amount of time in a team fight where you can block out so much range damage.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Unbreakable can just instantly deny Lulu's Q through the wave clear, and suddenly that tower that was not open for siege suddenly is available to be taken down by merit of the support player.
And remember, they banned Ka-Sing's Thresh here as well. He's a very proficient Thresh player, so Mako can have fewer options depending on what H2K wants to go for here in the draft. See a lot of different hovers. Lulax really flipping through the champions. Does settle on Gragas and Braum.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny actually. Both the junglers were kind of planning on those two anyway, and they just missed paths anyway. Ended up with what they wanted.
H2K haven't really given away too much information yet in this draft. Lulu first pick is expected by Edward Gaming, and then a generic tank jungler plus a Braum support. This is a very, patch meta draft so far.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they are saving the solo lane picks here for H2K, but top lane's already been shown for Edward, and I do not expect Edward to early pick their mid lane, even though they are hovering over Yasuo right now. I would expect them to do the bottom lane double lock-in and just save Pawn for the counter pick. You don't want to give away your mid lane counter pick for free.
No, I like that they're at least, you know, maybe showing something. Hey, this is a threat that we can bring out. Kalista was also left open. That's a hover now for EDG, and Deft and Imp actually, both from the LPL, been very proficient on that champion.
Kalista Cannon is one of the more brutal lanes in bot lane. Not only is Kalista just so good at trading, having a range support with that, any range support with some CC like Cannon or even Annie in this case.
Holds true.
Holds true. You just keep talking until they lock something in. It's just so really hard to deal with. Yes, Braum has Unbreakable, but you're playing against double ranged with a CC component, and we saw what Mythic could do on that Annie, especially when you have Kalista to pull him out of sticky situations and throw him back in the enemy team.
And it's hard to say if it's Mako's best champion, but it might be his most famous on Annie. So Annie Kalista, the bot lane there for EDG, as H2K consider their final 2 picks of this draft. Seen a lot of Zillion hovers for whatever reason in the tournament. Don't expect H2K to be taking that one.
Yeah, this is going to be fairly difficult for them. Ryu, last game yesterday, he was able to get the counter pick to try and get some carry potential for his team, but he's going to have to blind here, go a little bit safer, and be very wary of Pawn, because Pawn can play so many different champions in the mid lane, and he just utilizes counter picks so well.
Yeah, just about anything there, and EDG have left the counter pick open, so we'll see with 3 seconds left. They do swap away from the Zillion. It seems like it will in fact be Tristana and Fiora as our last 2 H2K picks.
Obviously means that Lulu is going back to the mid lane. We were thinking about H2K, what do they need to fulfill this composition? More damage, because a one-dimensional Lulu composition kind of runs out of steam towards the late game. Now you have a lot of damage, but both of the damage sources are physical.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting, the Fiora-Darius matchup now, because yes, Fiora does have mobility, and you can try and outplay the Darius Q to get either inside or outside of the blade. But with the reduced base stats for Fiora, just the toe-to-toe combat gets even more difficult. If you go straight into Darius and try and get inside the axe, he still stacks up bleeds on you, and he could just overpower you that way.
The biggest advantage in that matchup is that Darius' Q is incredibly telegraphed, so it should be an easy riposte for Fiora. However, then you're standing still, your defensive tool has been used, and we've actually seen that being used to be baiting. So you riposte the Q from Darius, and then the jungler comes in and kills you, so
yeah, I
very
definitely
weird.
think this is a pretty heavy skill matchup.
Certainly indeed, but Pawn has picked a very famous champion for himself with Super Saiyan in a quarterfinal to carry his team all the way through to a eventual win. It is Pawn's Kassadin.
Very low on wave clear though here on EDG. That's why we see a lot of these teams that come out swinging, confident that they're gonna win, but they don't take into effect the possibility that they could actually get behind in the early game, and then suddenly without wave clear, things get rough.
Exactly. The wave clear has been been a really big problem with teams that have been trying to get their hands on juggernauts really early. So your top lane, you know, is going to be a juggernaut, isn't going to be able to help much with that. So if these teams get behind, then they start to bleed turrets very early, and the global gold that your opponent's going to acquire can sometimes be enough to, you know, overpower you in that mid game.
H2K here, running up that composition, they do have the tools to deal with a lot of the threats from EDG. They can kite the Darius, they can stun lock the Kassadin. One of the issues with Kassadin is he jumps in, then he has the mobility to go out. Braum passive being able to be applied on multiple members of the EDG lineup could be crucial for H2K to potentially challenge EDG in this game.
Also, this bottom lane can be explosive. Like, this is a very, very dangerous bottom lane for whichever team gets the early pressure. From either jungler or from top lane teleports, any sort of influence on bottom lane is going to result in a blood.
Even just 2v2, I love aggressive jumps from a Tristana or a Braum in this matchup once any cooldowns are down. You know, any or Kalista, yeah, use a Q, use a Rend wrong. It's just an aggressive jump because Braum can jump after block Unbreakable, and suddenly this matchup is just so different.
Well, as we get into the game, tweet at LOL Esports and let us know who you think is going to rise in groups here. We've given you some of our thoughts, but use the hashtag H2K win or EDG win, and we'll see who you think has the edge in this particular matchup. Going to be tough. EDG likely coming at least somewhat favored, but H2K, a team that can certainly bring it. And if they're going to bring it, it's going to be nice and bloody in the early game.
Definitely agree. That, especially that bottom lane matchup that you were talking to. So let's jump on the rip and see about this early game. Will we get some deep wards scouting for any sort of lane stop, or will we actually get to see the 2 versus 2 even matchups? H2K up on the top side of the map here.
And we've seen, I think, a big importance on lane swap series. Never mind the lane
going
swap.
straight forward.
We have a big invade. 5v5. Is this going to happen? No vision here. They're only actually got spotted at him. Huge shot there onto Lulix. Amazing J, though, gets absolutely mashed by all the damage. Clearlove going to get a knock-up on the Casino. They're going to keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's going to try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako. Ryu now. He's in trouble. That's going to force the flash out as well. Chia-Hsin going to keep moving in, and Pawn does get slowed. They are going to still run Pawn. He flashes with the E. Ryu barely lives as Chia-Hsin now caught out in the top left there of the map. Ryu is going to keep going. Clearlove flashes for it. He wants the last kill. Amazing J not in range, and it's just one.
Pretty much everybody blowing their flash on both sides except for Lulix. There's only one flash. Okay, Yarden. But man, usually when you're talking about level 1s, you're so scared of the team with Braum, because if you catch somebody out, the chase potential with Braum is ridiculous. But Annie starting Incinerate, charging up the stun from the fountain and getting there in time.
AoE stun. AoE knockup from Rek'Sai, because Braum passive is really good. If Yarden's E actually exploded on the entire team, that is a massive amount of damage. This was so incredibly close to being multiple kills on actually either side, but EDG, bloodthirsty support. Though I would be proud, Mako picks up the kill.
Okay, so the silver lining there for H2K is that they do get back to lane first, and they can quickly shove it. Misses only one melee minion there.
And after that, we kind of expected a lane swap. Instead, got a full-on 5v5. We actually do have standard lanes, but just flip them around here. As we
No, we're swapping.
Yeah, H2K, because they got there first, shoved the lane very quickly, and they're going to piece out.
No flash on Pawn.
Oh, Pawn could be in trouble. Does get tagged. Ryu going to keep moving in. There's one more. Does get the stun, but it's not enough to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and honestly, this Kassadin in lane in the early stages is just trying to hold his own here. So, you know, any chunk of health that you do take off of him could result in extra tower pressure from the mid lane.
And if you look at the top lane right now, both EDG members kind of backing off, and this is why we see Odoamne going for early teleport. Only gets 2 creeps, so could have done that a little bit earlier. Amazing J was very low on a Darius from the double jungling so far, so slightly propelled forward. Tempo advantage usually here for H2K.
All right, going to use the teleport to the minion just to
deny some CS.
Exactly. Try and zone off Odoamne there. Amazing J getting in place. Remember that they do have double teleports, EDG. They do have Pawn on Kassadin with one as well, so side lanes still have to be worried.
Yeah, we were talking about how brutal that matchup is, Kalista and Annie, and we see H2K thinking about swapping again here. We immediately pushed in the wave with Tristana and Brawl. They based, but I think they want to give the illusion that they're counter swapping right now and then walking back to the bot lane. So some mind games going on here.
Certainly are, as Clearlove does leave his red buff. You can see things have quietened down a bit after the initial 5v5 fight. Just the first blood there. Actually going to Mako, who's got a quick Ruby Crystal, likely for a fast sight soon.
Yeah, this is actually fairly scary for H2K here. With EDG getting out to an early lead and having the double teleport, there's so much pressure they can put on the map. Kassadin is the champion. The reason you take teleport on him is for the early teleports to the side lanes where you can pick up kills and start to snowball really early. So we see EDG, their Kalista any lane try and shove in, then the pawn teleport comes in and they try and snowball that early game.
Clearlove actually looking for a gank in mid. He knows that Ryu's flash isn't back, although he does have that ignite, but Pawn a little low on mana. Gonna get aggressive. Nice trade though from Ryu in the mid lane.
I want to keep my eye here on Deft and see what he maxes out on the Kalista. Very often in the Tristana matchup, you see Kalistas actually go for Q, so at least they can win the 1 to 2 auto attack trades. Auto attack Q, auto hop out, and then pop a little E, because if you go for the E max, then obviously you're stuck trading with a Tristana with explosive charge. You're not going to win that.
Exactly. Plus, you know, usually you're like, oh yeah, Tristana, she's so good into Kalista because her combo is front loaded and she can get up a lot of bursts, but Annie landing the stun really interrupts that and messes with the timing of your trade.
Ooh, look at Lulex here.
Going aggressive. Clearlove actually maybe forced out here. Good web there by Gragas. But the Wolf helping out just a little. Clearlove gets away safely.
I mean, fraction of a second later means Lulex picks up that Wolf, chunks out Clearlove, and suddenly he is the one doing to Clearlove what Bengi did to him yesterday. So close.
He did get some deep vision down there, dropping the pink ward as well, and that's in a fairly rare spot to check, so that'll probably last a long time. Up in the top though, trade going down.
Yeah, real aggressive. Nice riposte from Odo Amne, blocking that Q damage, I believe.
And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot in this matchup. Amazing J, obviously, once he start casting that Q, it's going to come out, I think, 0.75 seconds later, and then obviously you can easily repulse that. But still got to do it. Odo Amne denies some damage there.
Yeah, trying to do something there on the top side. Amazing J not too far behind his Pawn. Going to clean out these waves. Trying to look, you know, get his farm. Got his fast. Looks like he's run out of charges though, but he'll just clean up minions under tower as they shove towards him.
Oh, the Raptor buff going to proc just as the ward is dying. Heartbreaking there for junglers. I know that feel, Lulex. He's had the small misses that just put you on tilt as a jungler. Just barely not getting the wolf on the invade, then that as well. These small things add up, Crepo.
The collective sound of all the junglers in the crowd crying, no ignite here on Pawn. Luckily for Rio, that's the flash.
Yeah, nice aggression there from Pawn, but couldn't quite finish it. Little low on mana, but starting to turn the matchup a bit.
This is actually huge for Pawn on Kassadin to be able to turn this lane and gain control of mid lane. Now he's level 6 also. He does have the teleport that we mentioned. This is so much pressure for EDG.
And now Clearlove actually trying to invade. Lulex was sick of him in his jungle. Will go for the Grumpy. Should be able to smite this away. Are we going to have a battle? No, Lulex just completely backs off Pawn. Still too much of a threat.
Yeah, his turret is at just as much health as Ryu's is. He's leading in CS as Kassadin. He's buying the early blasting wand as well. Things are looking very good for Pawn and the rest of EDG.
Yeah, you really want to punish that Kassadin levels 1 through 5 and then use the advantage either to kill him in lane or use the fact that Lu is constantly pushing him to chip away at the tower, make a roam happen, but H2K didn't manage to do anything of all that sorts. Now Pawn is comfortably ahead in that matchup. Took a look at Deft as well. He is, in fact, maxing E because the laning phase is just going so unchallenged. So for objectives later, long out team fights, definitely in Deft's advantage.
And all that's actually led EDG to a nice little 1,000 gold up here at about 7.5 minutes in, so nothing massive at all as Mako is going to clear out that deep pink ward. Mako very vigilant when it comes to cleaning out vision and also placing vision for his team.
Oh, look at Hjarnan as well. He had the base picked up an early Avarice, even though he's on 51 CS, which is almost a BF sword mark, because he had a couple early bases for a long sword, some potions. Couldn't find himself some gold enough for a BF sword, didn't want to get the pickaxe, so he's stuck on an Avarice. He is very far down in damage if it comes to a 2v2 skirmish.
Meanwhile, Mako's getting a lot of work done here. This is the dangerous line of wards to get in. This 7-minute mark is the most dangerous time for supports, and he just got down some very deep vision inside the back of that red buff. You can see there all through this bottom side jungle, which is what they're prepping for the big move. The Annie Kalista about to hit level 6. They do have both teleports ready as well. This means that EDG will see any jungler presence coming.
And that makes Lulex's life so hard. And very often we and many others criticize Lulex for not getting anything done, but his team isn't ever helping here. Always get that deep vision in his jungle. Uncontested jungle invades by Clearlove here, and Lulex slowly falls behind, and then the lane starts suffering because more pressure comes out of Krylov.
And that's exactly what they want here. Krylov, we've talked about his Rek'Sai. It's a champion he's so proficient on. It just fits his skill set so well. So, you know, the gold lead not really there yet for EDG, but the game playing out how they would like it. You can see Bilgewater Cutlass finish for Def nice and early on. We've got the Phage building up for Amazing J. And on, you know, on either side, just getting their components up. And we'll see what happens maybe 10 to 12 minutes in for that potential first dragon fight.
Yeah, it is so crucial to get some extra 80 damage on that Tristana if you really want to burst out Deft in a couple of stuns, and I don't see any realm of possibility where they win the 2v2, so pressure in bot lane from EDG, pressure in the mid lane now from some really nice trades from Pawn from EDG, so everything going their way.
Yeah, for H2K on their side though, at least, you know, Odoamne was getting pressure on top side. He would shove up, and then he came down just a second before to try and help Lulex here. They saw this invade coming, so they're trying to collapse on Clearlove.
Clearlove got the blue though now. Pawn's here, he's got the Rift Walk in. Gonna go in for Lulex. Ryu ults himself, but Clearlove flashes in for the Umbaro. Great casting ignites, good. Ryu's gonna get it, but Pawn is still chasing. Odoamne, he's come down. Pawn's barely gonna live as Odoamne challenges him and wins. Now Amazing J gonna chase himself down.
And the ultimate there from Odoamne, fully healed Ryu. He's coming in to back him up.
Amazing
There's no way he can get away.
through. The slow's there as well, just on the edge. Ryu's gonna go for it. Odoamne claims the kill.
The #1 point we said for H2K, protecting Lulex's jungle. They did it here. The early collapse there. Odoamne shoving the lane, having priority in top side, and they're able to make Clearlove pay for coming in and stealing that blue.
And Pawn really wanted that kill. He left Clearlove alone. Ryu managed to kill him. Then Pawn comes back in, gets hexed, and that gives enough time for Odoamne to come in. So greedy player by EDG finally punished, and a good collapse from H2K. That's what we want to see more of in this game.
Yeah, great response, and too aggressive by Clearlove. I didn't think he was going to go straight for the Umbaro. That's exactly what happened, and paid the price for trying to steal that blue. Back in the bottom lane, though, as we calm things down. Deft and Maker still farming away. Deft actually building a nice CS lead, 20 up so far over Chia-Hsin.
Yeah, it was definitely touch and go there for a while with Pawn coming in on the Kassadin. Pretty big impact, but man, the healing on the Grand Challenge definitely underestimated. And they're able to chase them out of H2K territory. But again, they're still behind, even after that. That's just a small victory for H2K.
Yeah, but one of their 2 damage sources is propelled forward. Look at the Tiamat already finished on Odoamne, so he's now 2-0-0. If you get the lead in any of these Juggernaut matchups, it tilts so far in one of the people's favor. Either you push and roll, but
Lulex in trouble, gets bursted down. Clearlove cleans up an easy one.
So dangerous to go by yourself here, trying to ward, and EDG catch him out. 3-man, they do not hesitate to burn everything. That's going to be Dragon as well. So very quickly after the single win there from H2K, and EDG strike back.
Oh, now Pawn actually chasing out Ryu. Not quite enough to finish it, but going to pressure him away as EDG do take Dragon #1.
And that's just so sloppy. You have double pink wards. You don't need to get that green ward ahead of it unless you actually spot people. Early move from Lulex, and that is something we see very often, even in Europe from H2K, is that they ward on their own. They may be in the vicinity of each other, whether it's Lulex and Kasing, but they don't really synergize well. They don't back each other up, and that's exactly what you need. Now we see Odoamne.
Nice play, does pop the ulti. Amazing J to pull him in for it. Odoamne, can he outplay the donkey? It's good, rebuffs it, and manages to live.
Clutch riposte right there from Odoamne, and yet he still has to leave because Rek'Sai could easily come. Oh wow, he actually canceled his recall. He's looking to shove another wave here with the Tiamat.
But I think
luckily for him, you know, Clearlove's not around.
Not just yet, as Odoamne might finish that one off, but I think we can start to see the matchup. You know, it's very back and forth. Amazing J's played it once before and did pick up a win, but you can start to see where Fiora can get an edge in that particular 1v1.
Oh, and poor Chia-Hsin, so he based first, picked up the Avarice because he couldn't afford the BF sword and he didn't want the pickaxe. Picked up the pickaxe anyways. It's going downhill in that bot lane.
Well, top lane could be very interesting.
EDG saw Lulex sink into that bush.
Good vision there. You can see a little bit of movement from the Tremor since Clearlove wants to be the one to come in second, I believe. He's going to spot Lulex here, and they're all back away.
Yeah, I think they were thinking about setting up a trap there with the Pawn teleport, but Ryu is putting a lot of pressure on mid lane, shoving him into the turret with a quick wave clear.
Clearlove is here in mid, but just going to find a pink ward instead. Ryu looking good, building in towards that. Athene's Rod of Ages on the way for Pawn. Both those mid laners should have the major items completed relatively quickly. As Amazing J think he knows what's up, but I don't know if he can stop this potential dive.
See a very extended laning phase here. So far, not much cross-map moving, not too many roams, and I think that's a style we see very often in the LPL, but that's also a style H2K like playing. They're very accustomed to that. Especially in the later parts of the season, they stepped away from that very lane swap focused meta where they focused on the 10 to 20 and they just did the 0 to 10, 0 to 15. So overall, they can still come back from that deficit, especially if we can get to some more item spikes here. Some rough points due to the early game.
And pace of the game, not really going maybe as chaotic as we expected. It started with that big 5v5 at level 1, but it's just been some solid landing, some good ganks uninvaded by both sides here. And actually in bottom lane, HUK going to get the first turret of this game. They will take bot tower. Clearlove is not nearly enough to defend that.
Yeah, Tristana easily going to be able to take that one out. Let's see where they send him next, because Odoamne right now from base could swap lanes, but he's heading straight back to the matchup with Amazing J.
Yeah, Pawn has an advantage in items, but it does take time for that Rod of Ages to scale up, and then compared to the Athene's immediate power spike on Lulu in mid lane, get some magic resistance, so the poke from Palm doesn't really hurt. He can consistently clear mid lane first, so he always has the first step in that mid lane. Ryu here, so maybe you can soon see him roam a little bit. If he can get up top, Lulu is so good with and against these Juggernauts. That's why her value has even gone up in these tournaments, and we'll almost always see her as a guaranteed first pick.
Yeah, I feel like EDG just have so much control though, because Clearlove was able to farm a bit more efficiently than Lulex in the early stages when they were, moving around top. He got an early sight zone here, and the Ninja Tabby actually very effective. He's going in.
Yeah, collapse here onto Chia-Hsin. Knockup's going to be there from the Fates Call. Mako does line up the stun. Unbreakable. Not enough. Deft is going to get the kill. And now actually the chase on Lulex could be in trouble. Ulti used. And they'll clear the pink ward.
This is exactly what we talked about earlier. Lulex and Chia-Hsin, yeah, they were on the same screen, but they're not backing each other up. Look at Clearlove and Mako. They were in the same brush, clearing vision together, engaging together, knock up into stun. That synergy is completely lacking in H2K, and it will be their downfall.
Clearlove and Mako work so well together. Plus, Clearlove is really using the Void Rush for more uptime on the map. Ryu here just gets soloed.
Polly's there. Wildgrad comes out as well. Pawn has to flash. Rift walks away. Teleport's been used. But here's the follow from Amazing J. He wants to dunk, but he's been challenged by Fiora. Odoamne gonna run into Siana, goes through. Huge double apprehend. Flushes out of the way. Clearlove's here as well. He's popped in with the ulti. And now Mako. Flash ult. Max range damage. Odoamne goes down to Amazing J. And Hyanan, he will continue the chase. Clearlove, hungry for blood. He has his flash. He uses it straight onto Hyanan. The ult there from Braum. Sorry, the Q from Braum, not enough. And they'll keep chasing Hyanan. He needs the rocket jump up. But he's gonna get it. Clearlove will chase. Can he get the kill? He will.
And that's going to mean some extra time in here to steal away the blue buff, possibly. They do have sight zone as well. They can just drop wards over the side, so blue buff still on top of it. That could also mean pressure on top turret. A lot gained there for EDG, collapsing very quickly into the mid lane.
And we're really starting to see what it does to a Kassadin if he gets untouched in terms of pressure, and he can just farm up 10 CS per minute, roughly, is the goal you want as a mid laner. Pawn right now sitting at 0.6, 0.7 of that, so really getting farmed up. His Rod of Ages stacking. Look at the damage already on Ryu. Ryu is forced to ulti, but Pawn, he makes it out alive.
Yeah, so Pawn able to get a lot of damage done, and then the flash rift walk, as you said, to evade Odoamne, even though Odoamne get the first teleport into the fight.
And then that jump from Hyanan barely does it, so Amazing J makes it flashed out, and obviously the turret zoning out in that fight makes Hyaran's life so rough. And then Mako, again, flash Tibbers, that is bread and butter when he plays Annie. For me, whenever Mako picks Annie, I have this vision of a 4-man Tibber stun. That's what he really excels at later in the game, and hopefully we'll get to see more of that.
Yeah, Clearlove able to get right in there and get the knockup as on Harnan to stop him as well. And as you know, he ends with a death.
So close for Tristana to get away, but a very aggressive and a trademark aggressive flash from Clearlove to secure it. Bottom tower did go down as well, so EDG do pick up a tower. H2K though, still ahead in that metric, 2-1 in towers. 1 up in EDG for Dragons. This one's back alive, so they might be able to get it, and still up in gold for Edward Game.
Yeah, they should be able to secure this fairly easily. Deft on Kalista, so far ahead. You kept on checking in with the build there from Yarnan. A traditional, Infinity Edge Rush AD carry being behind versus the Kalista is just so frustrating for H2K right now.
Tibbers is down. Lulex is in trouble. Does die to Pawn. Now going to keep running. No, do they want the dive? The stun does not hit EDG. Just going to shove mid instead.
And this complete map control in terms of vision and pressure is really making H2K break apart. Really, they're trying to move out, but every time they move even near the river, Mako and Clearlove are already in unison.
This tower looks to fall now as EDG just going to shove some spears into it. H2K doing a nice job defending. Clearlove does back away from it all. Looks
Yeah.
like the top laners have pulled down as well.
As you can see, even with the lead, still fairly difficult for them to take turrets. Ryu on the Lulu does have very good wave clear when backed up by Tristana, even with Tristana having no items.
And I wonder when EDG is actually going to start playing this game as a 1-3-1. They have a double teleport on their mid laner and their top laner. Both their top laner and their mid laner are really good in 1v1 scenarios. It's impossible to solo kill a Kassadin because he only fights if he wants to. And he can pressure you in that side lane with the mobility, with the teleport. It's going to be incredibly hard for H2K, whose composition relies around grouping so much, to get out of that split push.
Yeah, the one strength for H2K has been Odoana in the top lane on the Fiora. He's been their point of power. That's the only reason that their top lane outer turret is still standing.
You can see the items, honestly, for both sides starting to come out. We've got the Hydro down for Odoamne, but the Black Cleaver there. I think we're just going to have a fight. Odoamne does pop the ulti, but Clearlove is here. They are going to come in, but I don't know if it's enough. He'll get pulled back in. The teleport from Pawn, amazing day. Already too low. Heal does go up. He hits the vitals, but he does die as Odoamne dashes back in. There'll be a trade there, and now Ryu caught out in the top side. Kasing trying to make it happen. Lulex here, but Mako and Def already up, collapsing so well are EDG as they'll keep running through. Fate's called down, double tip and stun. Def gets the neck till Clearlove finds a knock-up. Yarnan coming in, but he doesn't have enough damage. He'll keep diving straight through. Great buster shot from Yarnan to save it, but Def hopping man around the turrets, and they're still going. EDG, they want the last. They will not get it.
Def hops out the tower.
Oh my God. Me and Crepo both hands on our heads after that skirmish from the bottom lane of EDG. What a great play.
But where was Yarn? That entire fight was 5v4 until Yarn joined them on their tower. Fantastic buster shot. You would think Def would die, but then Def just hops out, uses Lulex as an escape. That's what Lulex has deterred to right now. Being used as a vessel to get out of that tower range. Def still 0 deaths here, and he's getting ready to carry these.
Plus the timing on that counter engage from Deft and Mako, where he uses the Kalista ultimate right into All right, we'll take a look at it here, because Odoamne does do a good job chunking down the vitals. He's going to actually proc the healing, and that's almost enough because Ryu made the first roam, but again, teleport from Pawn, he's there as well.
Yeah, if he could have just killed Amazing Day immediately, use that Q on Pawn, maybe the fight could get different. But look at your minimap. Deft and Mako are already zoning Yarn, so he's taking the long route around, and then look at him, throw in your Tibbers, your Annie, then throw the Tibbers, Ryu gets stunned, so beautiful 1-2 combo every time by EDG here.
Then everybody thinks Deft is dead here with that knockback, but he goes with the heal, barely gets out of range of Lulex and secures another one.
And again, classic Def popping the summoner spells just when he needs them with that heal as EDG starts a rocket ahead as far as gold goes. Now 5,000 gold up in this particular game. We've talked about the items from H2K. They've got at least one major item on most of their players, but EDG have at least two.
Yeah, Deft right now, he's got the Runon's plus Blade of the Ruin King Power Spike on Kalista combo, even upgraded boots, whereas it's just the Infinity Edge for Yarnan.
And then Avarice with 400 gold.
Okay, there, your Avarice. You've kept your eye on all game.
I hate that item, personally. I think it just delays the builds way too often, and you're better off just getting early power, especially in a non-BF versus BF matchup. BF pickaxe into Cutlass can actually be the breaking point of this matchup. H2K didn't manage to read it. Props to Deft and Mako though for playing around. Their synergy has been on point, so much synergy pairing within that team. Deft and Mako, Clearlove and Mako, top side of the map. Everybody works as a team, as opposed to H2K, very fractured.
Right, and the plan going forward for EDG, since we mentioned, their weakness in taking the turrets and straight up sieges, since all the outer turrets are down right now, it's just about Operation Ward Lines. Can they get them deep inside the red jungle, prepare for this dragon? They've got 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead. They can allow the split push with that vision as well. It's a 2-for-1, so they can pressure mid lane and bottom lane. They're doing it exactly right now. Very deep vision. And they're looking to draw H2K out into the map.
Yeah, exactly what we talked about. Look at Pawn here in the bottom lane. They're starting to push. He's so strong, and Clearlove even ready with the ulti, or just there right now in case he needs him. And he's going to go a bit aggressive, but Pawn more than happy to fight.
And Pawn, after just getting the Fiendish Codex for cooldown reduction, went straight into the Zonias. That allows you to go extremely aggressive in the team fights because you don't have to wait for the Rift Walk while taking damage. Up at top, though, another duel.
Nice bait, actually, by Amazing Jay. He knows his team is coming. Odoamne goes a little too far, perhaps, but the team is running around the wrong side. Def going to start to hop off the Krugs, but Odoamne looks to be safe.
That was actually a good reaction by Odoamne. The second he heard Rek'Sai scream, he knew that he was getting collapsed Pawn, especially since mid lane was entirely dark. And then the safest path is actually charging at your closest enemy. That's how you beat flanks, you collapse on them. But Ryu is caught in the mid lane.
Collapsed anyway. Pawn getting aggressive. Clearlove trying to line up a knockoff. He does have his flash. Look for him to use it as Pawn now. Gonna move in. They'll get the knockup. They'll chase Chia-Hsin. He's not dead. Mako, yes! Will pick the kill up. Just barely though.
Yeah, that entire act right there from H2K was just every man for himself. Try and get out alive because Chia-Hsin's not there. There's nowhere he can make it. He's just trying to push as hard as he can while EDG are going to take this Baron. I don't think H2K should even get close because there it is.
Oh my god, they've gone in onto Ryu. Damage out there. Q will land from Pawn, and it's an EDG special. They get one pick straight to Baron.
Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do there for H2K. They already had lost one member. Now it looks like they're losing another.
Throwing Mako.
They got him off Baron though.
They did. Odoamne, nice moves there as Pawn's trying to chase Lulex. He has caught him as we move back in. Deft gonna get the arrows out there. Slow is good. Pawn will collect it.
EDG playing with the necessary amount of respect. They know the only way to really lose this game at this point is lose a Baron and maybe 2 kills. They just hunt the jungler, hunt the top laner. They almost get Odoamne there, but I think he repulsed an anti-Q stun and just walked out of there. So EDG don't get Baron, but they're still in full control. We talked about that vision earlier. They're just setting it up consistently and then using their aggressive gap closers to really find these favorable fights.
Yeah, talking about drawing H2K out into the open, that was the very center of the map. And EDG did not waste any time. This dragon definitely should be forfeit here from H2K. EDG are going to take it. Unless Chia-Hsin can have a magical... No? All right.
Trip does try it, but will not connect as the dragon number 3 will in fact go to EDG. The gold lead starting to really stack up now. 7,500 gold as H2K will respond. Should be able to get this tower. EDG caught backing here. So a nice little move there from H2K. Deft even going to clear some things out. Very strong. His next shop will be a big one here. Going to go back and spend a whole bunch of money. And you can see EDG just getting stronger and stronger across the board.
Yeah, Deft sitting on 2,000 gold, and that's exactly what separates him from Chia-Hsin. So Deft alone is 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. Tracking the top laners, Odoamne is actually the only person, I believe, ahead of his direct opponent. Odoamne has 8.5k gold acquired this entire game, 7.7k here for Amazing J. So that's the saving grace.
Credit where credit is due to Odoamne. Our questions about the Fiora-Darius matchup have been answered. Definitely he did have an advantage, and even in the face of a lot of extra team pressure from EDG, he's done quite well for himself. It just has not been enough. That one bastion of hope for H2K up in the top lane has run out. Turret's gone down.
Yeah, very big goal discrepancies too, just between Clearlove and Mako as a pair compared to Lulex and support Chia-Hsin there, and you can really feel that in the game as well. Vision is more efficient for EDG, it gets placed deeper, EDG works better around it. H2K feels like they're drowning, they're clawing to get back into the game, and Odoamne alone will have an incredibly hard time getting them back into it.
And speaking of that vision, EDG with the dragon down, doing what they really love to do, try and get vision around that Baron. They've taken the Rift Scuttler. Actually, no trouble there for Clearlove, does tunnel his way to safety.
H2K's composition does excel when they group. That could be the one angle they're looking for, you know, group up, you know, Jugger Tristana, call it what you want. Lulu plus X does very well in many scenarios, especially when you're grouped.
Yeah, they do want a bit more crit chance from Chia-Hsin. Oh, here comes the teleport.
Yeah, Pawn actually flanking in now. Goes straight in onto Chia-Hsin, knows what he wants. Gonna look for a wild growth. This burnt Mako does land the stun. Chia-Hsin not going to live as Mako picks up his 3rd kill. And now EDG gonna do exactly what they do at this time. Run straight to Baron. H2K have 2 bad choices now.
Yeah, and this is the way you play the vision game. Stun here on Lulex.
Pawn back in, Lulex knocked up there. Oh, Brawl from Chia-Hsin will not save his teammate Pawn. Gonna keep jumping back in. They'll just chase here as Chia-Hsin gets mowed down by Kassadin.
EDG's just leaving poor choices for H2K. What do you want? Face check and die, or face check and lose, or don't face check and lose Baron? And there's no way to win that decision tree here. Good patience from EDG and vision control paying off yet again.
The vision control has been such a steady story for EDG, and their use of True Sight, upgrading the double oracles, so many pink wards purchased for them as well. They actually dropped the most wards per minute yesterday of any of the teams. Yes, it's only a single game though.
1 game sample size, boys.
Plus, it was a dominating win for them, so it does make it fairly easy.
But yeah, Mako is right now tied in kills with the entire H2K lineup. Generally, doesn't bode well.
He has unlocked the Bloodthirst. Like we mentioned, Doa is going to be happy. Pawn will keep clearing some stuff out here, going to take the Grump away. But again, the gold lead now ballooned almost completely out of control. EDG almost 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and this is one of the few times we see Righteous Glory still being built on this patch. Mako going for just a very offensive Annie. Distortion boots, Righteous Glory, just all you have to do is close the gap. If you can't get there, Deft will give you a little nudge. Just get that stun down and your team should have enough damage to follow up.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Mr. Support Main. How do you feel about selling the Spell Thieves and going coin to upgrade into the Talisman instead of going Righteous Glory? Since Righteous Glory was nerfed and Talisman is so efficient now, are you a fan of that path?
I think,
or do you like the extra beefiness that Righteous gives you? It is a longer cooldown as well.
The benefit of Talisman is that you can both disengage and engage, since Righteous Glory already works on offensive movement.
Lower cooldown.
However, EDG have no plans of disengaging this game. They're just going to go straight on forward, and Mako, all he needs to do is survive for potential and extra stun rotation. So in this game, in this particular case, extra health, extra beefiness is all he needs. His job is only to go in, potentially trade his life for others. Yeah. But EDG is killing H2K so fast that Mako doesn't even die in these fights.
Yeah, and they've taken that bottom turret as well, getting very close to 10,000 gold ahead. Look at Mako on Pawn, maybe even posturing for a dive. They'll line it up. They've got the Baron buff. EDG, very efficient once they get Baron. They usually close the game out from this spot.
Yeah. EDG are like, they're like a hipster with a fixie bike instead. You don't need, you're only going one direction. You don't need brakes either.
Well, I'm going to try and knock down some more turrets. Odoamne feeling tricky. But Amazing J is going to shrug off that ulti. The rest of his team's there. They'll knock down this turret in the top lane as their tier 2 falls. It's 5 turrets now for EDG.
Yeah, this item point is where Darius hits like phase 2 and it becomes so hard to deal with. And Deadman's Blade gives him so much innate mobility and tankiness. On top of that Black Cleaver that works so efficiently, and no more 1v1 potential for Odoamne. H2K is already, they're starting to lose the group fights, and then Lulu compositions become in very, very peril territory.
Yeah, I mean, we can touch on the builds. The massive extra gold definitely helps out a lot for EDG. They're going to just bully this turret down.
They've actually stunned. He's taking a lot of damage, but they take the turret clear up. Will still live. Odoamne and Amazing J having a brawl on the backside. Def will get a kill though onto Gragas. They'll take the tower, take the kill. That's all the tier 2 turrets dead now.
And again, Rek'Sai can just ultimate right back onto the field. They've got the Baron-empowered recall. There's just so much map control with this squad. Easily going to be able to pick up this dragon as well. Complete control here for EDG.
Yeah, that is the advantage that 2 teleports and a Rek'Sai jungle bring to you in terms of tempo. Every time you base, you can start the action so much quicker than the other team because you can get back there, set up. You're actually too early.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just too quick.
People make fun of the farm alarm from Rek'Sai and they're like, oh yeah, she's just getting back on the map to farm, she doesn't do anything. No, that's huge. That's how Clearlove got such a good early advantage in experience and gold and got to the early sight zone. It's a domino effect. Uh-oh, Ryu.
Someone's in trouble. It's Ryu. Mako does stun him up there. Ryu's already used his flash. Def gonna keep hopping away. Amazing J's the next one. Doesn't even need the dunk.
Thank you very much.
Def says, Mako, I choose you. I want to kill here, but goes on Amazing J in the end. Yeah, EDG, prime position to close. Let's see how efficiently you can do it, because that's what you got to look at when you have tournament favorites in group stages. How efficiently can they close? What will they give away in the later stages of this match?
H2K, you can see getting a bit creative now, trying to camp out a brush, because running out of options here as EDG are well and truly ahead, about 13,000 gold here in this game. H2K can still fight back. They'll be back in their base and see what they can collect here, but EDG very rarely lose a game when they're ahead, and they have carved out a very large lead for themselves in this particular game.
Indeed they have, and they can just continue to push all lanes at once to keep H2K bottled up inside their base. They can keep them bottled up inside their base so long that the wards actually time out on the map, so they don't even have to run around searching for the wards and trying to clear them, and then they could just starve them out.
And that is some way of how we've been tracking these teams. Hang on, we'll get to that stat later.
Pawn 1v2, ulted by Odoamne. Who's down here? Zakyanan as well. Pawn already popped the Zhonya's Brawn pressive on him. He's going to try and get out of it. Rip Walk after the flash. Needs a stun. Does land it. Walk is there. Get a Rip Walk again. Bloom up, making this so hard. Aryu's dead on the other side of the map. And Pawn, he looks to make the greatest. Pawn pops a teleport. It's not enough to shut down out of Kissing.
Ah, here come these spamming
chaos. Deft has got another kill. EDG, in the meantime, breaking the base apart.
Our stats guys do so much work to bring us the Baron power play. Say, hey guys, look at this. And then Pops are diving in 1v3 blind into brushes. 2 towers down, 2 inhibis about to fall.
Yeah, you know he was like, there's probably one person in this brush, right?
Maybe 2 at best. dives in.
Does pick the fight, does lose it unfortunately, but EDG clean out H2K's base. 2 inhibs down now, many structures fallen, and a huge amount of kills. They'll even steal the blue buff just on the way out.
Yeah, we're seeing EDG retreat to Baron area right now, starting the vision up, and that's some way we've been tracking the way these teams have been closing out games. Is there efficiency with Baron? Call that the Baron power play. Let's see how Ryu meets his demise here against Amazing J.
Brush trick of their own for EDG. Amazing J with the one-man Fnatic brush.
That was so much damage onto poor Lulu.
Slam dunk.
Yeah, and this is my favorite build once you get to this point for Darius. He just has all of the answers, so much move speed. He has the tenacity to back it up. And then even if you start doing damage to him and you try and take him down, he just kills you that much faster. Sterix, the only problem with it is that you can't buy it on non-Juggernauts. That's I was so excited when I saw Juggernaut items coming out. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play buy, get my. But on Juggernaut champions, it is extremely good.
And you can see EDG still vigilant about that vision control as Mako clears out a ward. They can, wait around for the next Baron or Dragon if they want to, and EDG very respectful, not making any huge moves, not overplaying, just playing safe. They know they've got the game locked up.
Yeah, I don't think EDG has face check to single brush this game.
What are you talking about? Pawn just freaking rift walked into the brush with 2 people in it.
Is it a face check if you actually rift walk in teleportation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I yield. I think EDG this game has only face check 1.
Mr. Forceful.
just gassing himself as EDG do line themselves up for this next
the manliest face check of all time.
I yield. You win, Kobe. You win.
EDG now are gonna take this.
Okay, it would have been better if he flashed into it.
True, I agree.
All right, yeah, you're right, Pastry. Keep us on track. They're taking the Baron. That's going to be the tool that they use to actually end the game.
I don't think we'll be able to track another Baron power play because the game will be over, I think, before this Baron buff expires.
Does Nexus not give you bonus points for a Baron power play?
50 gold?
Yeah, 50 gold. That's true. That is the technical worth as Amazing J.
I don't feel like that accurately represents the gravity of taking a Nexus, but...
I mean, it doesn't compare to an average play, let's face it.
Oh my. As EDG now grouping up here. They've got the Baron. Remember, they've only got 1 inhibitor left that they can take, and they will group together in the bottom side. Amazing J, very slick moves there out on the court. They are just going to move in and try and finish this the easy way.
Keep your eyes on Mako.
Always. He does love to get aggressive, him and Clearlove. We talked about that synergy. They'll do everything, including flashing straight at the enemy AD carry. H2K have already given this inhibitor. I don't know if they can even stop this.
I mean, this is a mental forfeit right here. Instead of typing /FF, they're just letting them finish.
Yeah, Chia-Hsin now going to get aggressed on that. Damage is massive. Wild growth, not nearly enough to save it as Death picks up his 6th kill.
I like how H2K have such a good attitude, though. Chia-Hsin smiling, just spamming his emote as he charges in there.
You can see some flashes being burnt. EDG will take out the remaining turret to get on the Nexus. They do want some more kills. Mako went straight into the fountain on that one. And Deft is still firing away. Odawane will challenge Deft to a duel. Can he win it? Won't matter as the Nexus explodes at EDG. A very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Clean, definitely the name of the game for EDG. So much control over the map from the early stages of the game. Clearlove using that Rek'Sai, working with Mako to set up their vision.
We're still waiting for that SKT EDG to really confirm who's going to take #1 and #2.
Tomorrow, my friend, tomorrow. First game.
Going to be a massive game for sure. We've seen both SKT and EDG stay undefeated in this group. They're expected to come out, out of this group as the top 2 teams. I guess the only question is which order, and we're at least going to get a glimpse at it tomorrow once they do take to the Rift. But EDG, another strong win, very similar comp, don't show too much here, and they'll pick up another win for themselves.
And Odawane involved in 4 out of H2K's 5 kills. 1 kill that I believe he wasn't involved in was that manly face check from Pawn, so it doesn't count. Involved in all the important kills here, and he played well, but H2K as a whole just outmatched.
Yeah, certainly looks that way as EDG pick themselves, like we said, a nice clean win. But H2K, tough game certainly to start your World Championship. It's going to be a tough group for those 2 teams. They had to play SKT and EDG back-to-back. So H2K still have, movement here in this group for sure. But it was always going to be a tough start to your World Championships.
Yeah, they knew what they were in for. As soon as the group trial, the top end of this group is so heavy for them. Coming into it, though, and trying to attack EDG from the very beginning.
They started
with their invade. It's just EDG had the anti-stun charged up, ready for that invade. And, you know, starting off on the back foot like that for H2K really took a lot of wind out of their sails.
Yeah, they started out. A couple things could have maybe went better. You know, Luix dashes over, perhaps seeking the deny clear off some farm, but then slowly it starts coming down. And yeah, the synergy mismatches is the biggest thing that I take away from this game.
Well, for a deeper dive into EDG's in, we're going to check in with our crack team of analysts.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to start off with the picks and bans because we saw the all-important Lulu fall over to the side of H2K, but we also got to see the Fiora Darius matchup in the top lane and Kassadin making a showing here at the world stage.
I feel definitely like H2K had a really good draft in response of the Darius, had a kite composition, but what I wanted to see them do is put the Fiora in the mid lane against the Kassadin and then just pretty much put the Lulu on top against Darius.
I actually think both are fine matchups, though, because the Fiora can just go ahead and Q in every time that the Darius charges up the Decimate, and then you're able to not give him the heal, and then the Lulu just auto-attack harasses the Kassadin during the laning phase. So I think they're actually both fine matchups, but maybe that one was optimal, because I do like Fiora into Kassadin early game, and they didn't punish it enough.
I really don't like it when EDG plays Kassadin. This is one of my biggest beefs with EDG, and they play Kassadin about as well as you can, but with this kind of scaling that Kassadin needs. And what happened here is EDG picked a composition with virtually no wave clear. And this was just not at all punished by H2K. Now, EDG gets away with Kassadin a lot of the time by having Clearlove just standing in a brush in mid lane, waiting to counter gank and trying to force a 2v2 when Pawn has to push forward to recall. But I just don't like their overemphasis on this particular champion, and I think a good team will punish this. So it makes me nervous to see EDG play it. Even though they play it about as well as you can, there's still some serious flaws, especially after that level 1. There were a lot of missed opportunities from H2K.
Level 1, Zyrene, talk to me about that because there was a lot that happened in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I thought it was an intelligent decision by both sides. H2K, I look at their comp. I go, okay, I have Lulu, I have Braum, and they have a Kassadin. Of course I want to invade on them. But then EDG says, well, of course they want to invade on us. They all stack up. Mako charges the stun, multi-man stun, and then they end up getting a kill. But they blow 5 flashes to do that. And that's the big part for me, because it's 5 flashes for 1 kill, and Lulex does nothing. And he has his flash up for the next 5 minutes when nobody else on the enemy team does. Go to a lane, body slam flash Kassadin, body slam flash your top laner. Do something with that summoner spell. Get your team a little bit of an advantage because they use too much for 1 kill.
And I think the worst thing about that was it was Ka-Sing who was on Braum trying to gank. Why can't they work together to just get the kill onto the flashless Kassadin? I mean, it's like appallingly basic professional League of Legends, and nothing was done about it. It's almost unfathomable. And I mean, Lulex's scoreline at this end of this game, 0-8-2.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, there's enough said
he
there.
He spent most of this game living in a jungler's paradise. I mean, as a jungler, everyone's flash is gone. My God, there's a Kassadin in the mid lane. Get in there.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Now, on the flip side, though, a player that I want to point out for having played a pretty terrific game of League of Legends would be Clearlove, his counterpart on the other side of EDG.
Yeah, I definitely feel like Clearlove in these team fights was showing up at the right time and executing perfectly. This is a great example of how he plays this fight out. He's skirting around, he's waiting for the opportunities, and then he just cuts him off, forces the flash out, and then the rest of it, you can take it from here if you guys want.
Well, just coming in right here, Clearlove's going to follow up onto Hjarnan, and you're going to see him actually flash the Tristana ultimate in just a second. So coming in, getting another knock-up onto Hjarnan, just beautiful awareness by Clearlove of the positioning, the cooldowns that are still up. Now, it did start a little bit questionable from H2K because they saw the teleport coming in. Odoamne had actually had the teleport priority, and I think they should have just turned back onto Amazing J's teleport location immediately instead of trying to chase the Kassadin, who was already chunked out of that fight. But Lulex didn't have any mana, so their ability to skirmish may have been a bit questionable, but I think they may have been able to turn and burst down Amazing J instead of trying to overcommit to the Kassadin.
Yeah, they did a lot of chasing of Kassadin here. Even in the bottom lane where Pawn was able to rift walk like 4 times and try to get away, they did a lot of chasing him around. But it was way too late in the game to do that. chase him around level 2, level 3. Go after the guy in the mid lane that you need to exploit pre-6, and they did none of that.
It's like,
but yeah, Clearlove did a great job.
Speaking of the Kassadin, I think even though I don't think it was the perfect pick in this scenario, I think Kassadin is a pick that we should look out for because the buff is significant and like especially against the likes of Azir that we've seen a lot in this tournament.
Do you pick the Kassadin into a Lulu?
No, I would not. Never.
Because that was the last pick here, right?
They chose to do
To
that.
me,
why they did
this is a very arrogant draft
Yes.
from
Yes.
EDG, and this will bite them against a better team.
Mm-hmm.
Would they do it? I don't know, but it's cocky.
Lucky to have it work this time. Might not be so lucky in the future. Well, with Group C done for today, let's see how the teams stack up. SKT are on top along with EDG, both teams 2-0. Meanwhile, BKT and H2K are in the bottom half 0-2.
And I think Mako is a big reason as to why they were able to win that game so handily as well. We talked about Clearlove, but Mako's performance on the Annie, stunning multiple people with every ultimate, using multiple stun Ws, and paired with Def's Kalista, we don't see a lot of Kalista from Def that's a good performance, but it enables Mako to make plays like that. And that's what I think is going to be a huge part when he's up against Wolf on SKT tomorrow.
Without a doubt, a huge playmaker for the team. Well, Group A is up next as the LMS's Flash Wolves face off against Korea's Ku Tigers. There's more Worlds coming your way right after this.
EDG likely coming at least somewhat favored, but H2K, a team that can certainly bring it. Gonna get a knock-off on the Casino. They're gonna keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's gonna try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako. Flashes out of the way. Clearlove's here as well. He's popped in with the ulti, and now Mako. Flash ult, max range damage. Uno Omni goes down to Amazing J. Coming in, but he doesn't have enough damage. He'll keep diving straight through. Great buster shot from Yana to save it, but Def hopping man around the turrets. Bond, he looks to make the greatest. Bond pumps the teleport. It's not enough to shut down. A very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our coverage of the 2015 World's Group Stage live from Paris, France. Our next match is between two teams vying for position in Group A, the Elmas's Flash Wolves and Korea's Ku Tigers. Now, yesterday, the Flash Wolves lost to Counterlogic Gaming. Irene, what's your take on their performance?
It was a pretty close game, but ultimately, I would claim neither of them are big winners. They did not look great in that matchup. A substitution, though, that we're going to be coming in here because the game ended pretty much off of an Smithy Cocoon hitting Kramer. Well, Kramer's out today. It's going to be NL in instead. Yeah. Seriously.
You say thank God, but that implies that NL is in some way a major upgrade to Kramer. Let me tell you, he's not. He's not a major upgrade to Kramer. It's the lesser of two evils. Perhaps we don't know yet.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange thing because statistic-wise, they played about the same games, 22 for NL, 18 for Kramer. But then their statistics are Kramer averages down 3.7 CS, but then NL averages up at 10 minutes at 3.7.
There you go.
So he's a better laner. His champion pulls like Varus and all these crazy things, though. So is it really something that's a big boon to them? I don't know, because you might have to draft around it.
Also, some of these champion disparities, Kramer is known as Vayne player. Sivir more for NL, that kind of stuff. So it's that you have to think about the kind of champions they're playing to when you take those numbers into consideration.
Right, but also could be indicative of the fact that they might want to change up their play style. If they're going to move back towards a Sivir in the AD carry position, they could entirely change the way that they draft coming into this game.
Like, speaking of the draft, like the previous game that they played, I think the biggest, like against COG, the biggest problem was the draft. I felt like play-wise, they were the better team in this game.
All right, well, interestingly enough, their opponents today, though, had a very strong showing against Pain Gaming. And they particularly showed that they were able to close out games.
It was just a classic Ku Tigers game. They did have a little bit of a hiccup early on in that game, but they came back nicely, played out a pretty consistent, slightly perhaps disadvantageous early game, and then transitioned into absolute dominance in team fighting and objective control. And this is the Ku Tigers. They know exactly how to team fight with a variety of compositions. They're so good at identifying their win conditions and playing to them that it's really difficult for them to lose. Unlike KT, where I think there's a lot more upset potential, Ku is ridiculously consistent in the mid game, and that should give them a pretty easy ticket out of this group.
Yeah, I attribute a lot of that transition from early to mid to Gorilla. You say thank God for NL coming in. I'm like, oh, there's still Gorilla on the other side in the lane against him. But maybe Gorilla's just going to roam around. He gets his team out of holes if they end up in them randomly, like we saw against Pain Gaming. So he's kind of their safety. So I think that's definitely something that when you face Ku Tigers, you not only have to beat them in the early game, you have to keep Gorilla down and stop him from roaming around.
All right, with all of that in mind, you guys know the drill. Who do you think is going to win? Yamato, we're starting with you.
Ku Tigers, of course.
Ku Tigers. Monty.
Ku.
Yep, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid as well. I'm going on the Ku Tigers. I just think they're superior across the board here.
There it is. We got to let the graphics catch up. That's how quickly you guys went down the line there that our graphics couldn't even match it now. As we send it back to the guys in the booth, the cards may seem stacked against the lesser-known Flash Wolves, but that only drives them harder to play.
因为我们现在也不算是被看好，就是我们应该说支持的人不多，然后我们一样就尽自己全力去打出我们的成绩，希望让他们另眼相看。
And good to see the Flash Wolves still fighting, but could be tough here up against Korea's Ku Tigers as the team's already up for picks and bans. Let's check out the lineup for the Flash Wolves. We have in the top lane Stake, their jungler Kasa, mid laner Maple, AD carry NL coming in after Kramer played yesterday. The support Sword Art, of course, and their coach Fluid Wind.
I think one misconception we have to get out of the way is that Stake is only one of those top laners that always falls behind. Yesterday, he did make a statement. Hopefully, it wasn't a one-off. And it's going to be a positive trend for the Flash Wolves.
Well, we will see, because lining up for Korea's #2 seed, the Ku Tigers, in the top lane, it's going to be Smeb. Then in the jungle is Hojin. Mid Kuro, AD carry Prey, support Gorilla, and of course on stage is going to be Coach Nofe.
And we heard a little bit from the analyst desk. I actually think that Flash Wolves did play quite a strong game yesterday against CLG, and Kramer certainly stuck out in a few maybe poor moments for the team. And NL, I feel like from memory, he's the player they've played with more recently, so it might just be a comfort thing here for the organization.
I think it speaks well for CLG though. Like, you almost lose your jungle to Visa issues. He comes in and he hits a cocoon so hard, he knocks some guy out of his starter position.
How? Visa unrelated to one cocoon at the end of the game.
It's just a story, man. They were troubling. He's
Got
sure,
my
you
Visa.
know.
Woo!
Anyways, back to this game. New AD carry coming in. Better CS at 10, but does play a completely different style of champions. I mean, we actually may see a Varus AD carry picked, as crazy as it sounds. So, could be interesting, especially on this patch where, I mean, we've seen so many different champions.
Yeah, guaranteed though, he does speak the same language. The communication will be easier.
And again, could be a comfort thing there for the Flashers, but Ku did really flex their muscles yesterday, showing just how strong they can be in the mid game. But we are into Champ Select now. Ash is the first ban from the Flash with a smart one there against the Korean sides, and Elise and Mordekaiser for a few more of the standard pairs. We've got Rek'Sai joining as well.
No cocoons, Crepo.
God damn it. They want to keep their AD carry. They want to keep their AD carry this time. But yeah, overall, that Ash ban, I think, is well warranted. And this is probably one of the few Ash bans we'll see across the tournament because nobody really has picked it up. But Prey was fantastic.
Yeah, you know, a big key to recent Ku Tiger success has been the hard engage. It was either the Malphite top, you know, either comboed with the Ashe or Leona support. Some form of really hard engage has been a big part of a lot of the recent success of the team. So I expect them to look for it somewhere else now that Ashe is banned.
Yeah, second AD carry ban actually as Kalista does come out. Gragas banned, and that leaves Gangplank wide open, but Lulu is open as well. Ku Tigers waste no time. Lulu and Lee Sin.
Yeah, the all-important Lulu locked in. Plus, Lee Sin is very important here for Hojin because Karsa's such a big player for Flash Wolves, him plus Mabel. We always mention it when they're coming up to play. Lee Sin is a perfect champion for Hojin to try and combat the early stages of the game.
I want to see if Karsa and Maple can get back on track, because yesterday we talked them up so much how the synergy between jungler and mid laner could really destroy the enemy mid and Paul Welter, but it really didn't come out. Maple actually even fell behind a little bit in CS, so overall, not as high of a performance as we expected. Instant Gangplank, I'm not quite sure how these picks correlate. You know, Lulu better than Gangplank, Gangplank better than Lulu, but I guess we'll find out this game.
How can I hold all of these top lane juggernauts in my champion select here? Mousing over Darius and Gangplank as well. I don't like the combination, but it looks like they're going to lock it in.
Yep. So that's Gangplank mid then, almost guaranteed.
Well, whichever solo lane they do go, you know, technically I guess you can swap them, but it leaves you very melee heavy. They are going to balance it here with the Nidalee for the jungle, and it is going to be a lot of early pressure like we talked about. Nidalee's still a champion that if you get the initiative on Lee Sin in the early jungle skirmish, then you can still come out on top.
Yeah, this could also be a throwback to preseason 1 where he had the double bruiser bot lanes.
Yeah.
All the juggernauts, steal them away.
But the main thing is why I mentioned I don't really like the double melees for solo lanes is because it's going to be so hard for them to get through Lulu. Like, you're fighting through Lulu, these Glitter Lance is the bane of Darius' existence, right? It's going to slow him down, take off the bonus from his Dead Man's Plate, and they also have the Alistar to protect as well.
I mean, something I like doing when I'm analyzing team composition is just like play out a fight. They try to run at you. You have Lee Sin kick to kick them out, Glitter Lance to stop them, Polymorph if they get close. You have a knock-up, and then you have a line of traps and a zap. How are they going to get through that? They almost need
Black
to flash.
Shield is a key for one person only, though.
Yeah, we saw it on Cloud9 as well, how that Black Shield can work really well against some of these Juggernauts, so that could be it. And yeah, lock your targets in place with Varus ulti.
Yeah, let's catch things up here. Alistar, Jinx were the picks for Ku Tigers at Flash Wolves NL. We heard about it. It is the Varus Morgana.
Yeah, they mentioned, you know, a different champion pool, different AD carry. This is the Varus coming through that he played so often. And yes, he does go tier even in the bottom lane as well.
And there's Gnar actually, a pretty common response to a lot of these melee juggernauts that we've started seeing. Gnar sort of dropped out of the meta mainly due to Yasuo top lane becoming a thing, but Smeb happy to pick it up here.
Yeah, and that is, you know, I was talking to some of the top laners here, and that is their go-to pick for the Darius matchup because of the control that you can have if you stay at max range and you're able to land the slows. He has alternate build paths too that you can choose whether you're ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, so many options here on Gnar. We can even see a full tank Gnar if you're really far behind and go for a team fight. Something for the Ku Tigers here. If they get behind and Lulu gets put on defensive duty, meaning her shield, you know, and ulti all go towards carries, then she actually doesn't bring that much magic damage to the fight. That leaves Ku Tigers with a very AD heavy focus composition, even though they have an element of magic damage.
The thing is that, you know, none of these guys really stack armor. Darius builds a lot of health with the Juggernauts, but Jinx should be able to get to the point where the critical strikes are going to be tearing through before he starts really building heavy armor unless he alters the build path and loses out on damage.
And I mean, same thing holds true for the Flash Wolves here. Triple 80
Obviously.
carry, but the value of that Black Cleaver on Darius, if he gets ahead, if you can get that early for early group fights, can actually mean a lot here. Shred some armor, maybe Varus then starts poking a lot, you know, with his Qs later on in these fights too. Will be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, you guys going to keep sending in your predictions to @LOL Esports with the hashtag FWN or KOO win. And we'll see who you think will come out ahead in Group A. And again, we saw strong performances from both teams. A couple of flubs maybe in the early game, but both teams looking strong. Coop maybe favored, but anything can happen here at Worlds.
Yes, we have seen upsets already. Ku, as you said, gonna be the favorites, and they are gonna have the all-important Lulu. That's the main thing that I look for is a shreddable front line when you have a Jinx and you're gonna be targeting the front line. You know, yes, Gangplank, he can land in a huge AoE barrel and chunk out a bunch of people, but you have to be very skilled to do that, and the enemy team has to be, you know, has to miss a beat and not kill the barrels as they're coming out.
I think the Gangplank ulti will be fundamental to really cut off an escape path from Kuthai here, force them forward, and maybe then allow you to close the gap. I'm also wondering if Praying Gorilla, they're playing with one relatively high range and one melee support against double range with a lot of crowd control effects here, so they may actually up the lane swap, but that would remove the Nard Darius matchup.
Well, right now we are seeing teams sort of posturing.
Knock,
Black Wolves, though, little too aggressive. Gorilla is going to spot them now, going to try and spring the trap. Binding is down, but Sword Art's been exhausted. Kuro is here as well, but Maple's also come in. Flash use Sword Art trying to drench things out. Maybe enough here. The rocket's out as well. Prey will flash, but GP already gets first one onto Alistar, and Aldo caught out. Hojin's going to clean that up.
Why are we talking about team fights? Level 1, we have back-to-back level 1 invades, back-to-back level 1 first bloods here, and it just goes Ku's favor right there. The early ward over the wall, kind of a late invade there for Flash Wolves to go that deep. It's so dangerous not to travel as 5 in the early stages if you're going to walk around corners like that. Beautiful setup there from Ku. Gorilla going to wait just around the corner, waits till the last second, gets off the pole even though he takes the binding. Pretty much perfectly played out there.
Yeah, really well played by both teams. And Karsa, he's just staring at his jungle alone. No leash for him, solo jungling. Stake obviously teleport down, so he has to walk back to the lane. Doesn't get a double jungle. Look at Smeb, already level 2. He got granted those Krugs, so he's gonna walk to red buff, clean that, and then walk back to the lane immediately, or even TP. Doesn't look like Smeb's actually tanking too much. He may actually walk straight to the lane.
We do have a pause here, as the early game is shook out quite interestingly here. 3 kills already in 2 minutes, but you mentioned the jungle there. Could be tricky.
Yeah, Smeb actually doesn't have teleport, so no way he's going to teleport back to the lane. That's actually why the double jungler got changed up. Usually you see the top laner tank, base, but this time his jungler has to tank everything.
Yeah, so this is a bit worrying for the Flash Wolves because we mentioned not only are they double melee solo lanes, but the wave clear doesn't really come in for them until Gangplank starts to get the level where he can spam barrels, and until NL on the Varus gets the freedom to change lanes. So this early lead for Ku could spell some early disaster for Flash Wolves. We'll see how well Ku can actually control the vision, though. As we talked about many times, the early game hasn't been their strongest point, but this is such a great start for them.
Karsa did start on the left side of the map, and he's looking to path obviously towards bottom lane, where both flashes have been expended. Both Prey and Gorilla flashes have been used. Prey is running Cleanse as well.
Yeah, we didn't mention.
On that Jinx, so that's something we completely glossed over. That is obviously to deny NL's possible ultis, but that leaves you a heal down in those exchanges. So if Karsa can get a good jungle path and gets the bottom lane, things can shake up again in Flash Wolves' advantage.
I mean, is there maybe an issue there with no leash coming up for Castle Nidalee? Nidalee does farm very quickly.
I mean, we'd have to ask a jungler.
Hey, Kobe.
I would say yes. Anytime I don't get a leash, there's a huge issue. Because on the other side, you mentioned, Karsa starting on the top side, he's going to end his route on bottom, but so is Hojin on Lee Sin. And if you get counter-ganked as Nidalee by a Lee Sin, you are in big trouble. Because in the early stages of the game, the guy going for the gank has to use his gap closer to try and gain distance on the enemy, and it exposes yourself because you've used half of your ability kit. Really opens you up to something like Lee Sin, who has 2 sets of dashes. You can safeguard and land the Q.
Well, we pop back into the game in Stake, actually. Nice little trade there under Spef. Maple under fire, though, as Kuro just chucking out bubbles there on the Lulu. We've seen the junglers actually force back there from Karsa quite early on. Hojin, though, going to go back as well.
One camp advantage here. Hojin, they double jungled a little bit, so he gets the Raptors. XP should be roughly even. Smeb should be slightly ahead here of his counterpart Stake in the top lane experience-wise. But I don't think any major mismatches here on the level 1 altogether.
Stick in mid lane for a little longer. Maple, the big player here for Flash Wolves. We've seen him perform quite well yesterday on the Echo. We'll see what he can do here on the mid gangplank.
Yeah, and really no surprise how the early stages are playing out here for all the matchups in the lane. On the top side, Stakes being pushed in. Meanwhile, bottom side, Ku are actually shoving both mid and bottom is playing fairly aggressively as well. So both junglers are naturally going to gravitate to this bottom half of the map. As you said, they both started their routes up top side. They're both going to finish. Oh, early blue buff handoff here from Hojin. Yes, he does not need, any sort of energy regen or cooldown reduction, but even so, you rarely see the first blue buff handed off to the mid laner. What that is going to do for them, though, is tremendous pressure from the Lulu. Keep Gangplank under his turret and deny some of the early snowballing of the gold income that GP does have.
Oh, Hojin try to get frisky, but Carson is going to clear out the ward. Very nice pink placement there from the Flash Wolves.
He's got to know that there's a pink ward there, but the damage is already done, the value from that pink ward. And yeah, Kuro was already pushing in Maple here, but you have a breaking point where Lulu just runs out of mana. With that blue buff, you can continuously keep the pressure up, and eventually this Gangplank will run out of flask stacks, and that's when this matchup really starts breaking, and then you can back up your jungler for invades. And that's something we didn't see in H2K game, but we may see here since Ku Tigers have shown a lot better synergy overall.
Yeah, the other thing that little play did trigger in my memory is how many times Nidalee was banned against Karsa in the normal season here. Because the mechanics of that ward clear, yes, it was a very small thing. He was just able to instantly clear a ward, but it's those small things with how cleanly he pulls off that Nidalee attack reset combo to instantly clear that ward. This guy, Nidalee was banned so often against these guys in the normal season.
I mean, it's the difference between having to guess whether it was an Orca clear or an actual pink ward clear if you don't have time to watch, so those little details do matter. What we did see, however, was Maple cancel an auto attack on a barrel, allowing Kuro to escape there. Remember, Kuro's flash was still down. If that barrel procced, he could have actually taken a lot of damage, and then the lane could have tilted in the other direction.
Well, instead we do visit the bottom lane for the first time. NL doing just fine so far on the Varus, keeping nice and even in CS, but Prey and Gorilla have been pushing quite aggressively here to the bottom side. Varus, pretty good in general in lanes, but Prey and Gorilla clearly have initiative in this lane.
I mean, to push so far up all the time with no heal summoner, has the cleanse, but no flashes. Pretty bold move, but they're confident in their trinket ward placement and just generally locating Karsa on the map.
Yeah, speaking of trinket wards here, Karsa actually sitting on one and hasn't transferred over to the sweeper quite yet.
Time for Smeb to get an Oscar. Tries to act. That's what you want to do in top lane. When they're sitting on a ward, you don't want to back off. You're just going to give them, bait them in just enough that they commit or get wary that they actually may not be spotted. But Karsa realized there. Hojin backing up. He's going to go back to base. So very standard game overall so far.
Yeah, both junglers actually will back away here. Smeb into Mega now, just gonna AoE down these waves and likely go home as well. We do a Ninja Tabby as the first early item for Stake, because he will pop that teleport.
Overall, gold is actually relatively heavy in favor for Ku Tiger. 600 gold at this point in the game is definitely a significant lead overall. So pressure from Kuro, especially in the mid lane. He's 11 CS ahead right now, and it's only going to get worse over time here.
Yeah, and I think Ku are extremely happy with the way this is flowing because they're really looking for some extra damage on.
Ooh, huge spear from Karsa. Good wild growth though. Kuro not going to fall for that one.
And even if he doesn't get the kill, all that matters is that Kuro is now out of mana. The lane can get pushed in, that freeze can get reset, and somehow Flash Wolves can get back to farming though. But Gorilla's roaming, but look at the top side.
Yeah, everyone trying to get in this mid lane. Kuro eats another spear, but I don't know if the Flash Wolves fancy themselves a tower dive. They do spot Alistar and Lee Sin, and everyone's going to back away to their respective lanes.
All right, yeah. As we were touching on before, though, Ku, what they're really looking to do is wait until Prey has some extra damage, and then they get to the point where they really unlock the extra power of Lulu, and they can speed him up. They can have the team fights where they're able to make use of the Jinx resets.
Interesting here. NL bases and picks up Tier and Pickaxe. Might run into Prey's BF sword later on, so that could be interesting. Over time, though, those Qs hurt from Varus. If we have the same distance with no really engaged, it's very hard for Alistar to engage in these type of lanes. Yes, you're playing against Black Shield as well. If you use Alistar offensively, you use a lot of you lose a lot of the value from the combo because it's way better if you can space it out defensively. So we could actually see NL pull ahead in his bot lane right now.
Well, part of the reason why the lane has been going so well for Prey and Gorilla, even in the early stages, was the first blood for Prey that enabled him to buy those boots.
Yep.
So he was able to dodge bindings really easily in lane. He's able to dodge a lot of the arrows. You can still shoot an arrow from max range out of Fog of War, and then it becomes almost impossible to dodge. But the extra move speed for anything that is in vision will help.
Let's see. The state clears out means in the top side. Kasa does actually have his own blue buff, so did not give it over to Maple. Maybe looking for a bit more carry potential here. There's a fade completed there for Maple. Looking here at Smeb on the top side as well. Giant spell first, actually, so no offensive item just yet here for the Gnar.
Yep, doesn't need to bully quite yet. It does signal that he'll probably go for that Frozen Mallet and look for the solo lane pushing.
Did it last time I think he played Gnar as well, so actually went Steric's Cage. Yep. Frozen Mallet ban fail.
Okay, so yeah, Gnar, even though he's not one of the newly released Juggernauts, he does actually have full AD ratios in his kit. So he does get extra benefit from the Steric's Cage, and it's not terrible on him, so just gives a little bit more of threat when he jumps all the way in if he's trying to soak some damage.
Kuro getting out the deluxe jungler treatment here.
Yeah.
Second blue buff already at 9 minutes. Many mid laners in solo queue are crying for their first buff at the 9-minute mark. Already received 2, so he's pulling ahead in that mid lane, now 20 CS of his counterpart.
And that is the big distinction that even Hojin himself talks about, and even Wisdom as well will admit, between the two junglers for the Ku Tigers, is that Hojin's so much more team-oriented. Obviously here donating a lot of the blues to Kuro. Yes, he is on Lee Sin, but even with the builds, he's usually a lot more team-oriented, and he is the captain for the team as well. So setting his team members up for success here.
Like a good jungler would do.
Well,
Do you, Kobe? Do you set your teammates up for success?
Kasa in the mid lane.
No comment.
Trying again for the gank on the Kuro. But Hojin's here as well. Kuro more than happy to go aggressive. Q blocked actually there. Spear's getting blocked as well. These minions, real pesky.
And if you look at the HP of the mid lane tower as well on Flashwell's side, that one is about to crumble. So that is what Hojin accomplishes with handing over that blue buff. So he doesn't have to visit that lane. That one is almost falling, and it's the most crucial tower of the map. Opening the first mid lane tower gives you so many possibilities in terms of roams, deep vision, map-wide plays where you can redistribute your resources. So that will be big for the Tigers.
And
Nice cleanse from Prey. Getting out of that chain of corruption. NL still firing aggression, starting to mount a bit here as Kuro's gone very deep, just chasing him off the turret, is going to be able to take it, and Ku Tiger is going to pick up the first tower as Smeb 1v2 right now, but happy to kite away.
Yeah, Kar's actually working with State quite often here at the World Championship. Not able to get something done up top right now, but visiting up there a lot more than people expected.
And as we see the Tigers here go for that dragon, we could see how comfortable Smeb was in that matchup. He even walked back into lane 2v1. So that's what Kars has been doing this game. He hasn't been ganking, but he has been visiting lanes that were in unfavorable positions and pushing them out with the laner. He's been mid twice to break a freeze. He's been top right now to help Stake push in and be able to base. So he can't gank because his teammates need him to facilitate these losing lanes already.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though I do have a bit of an issue with showing top like that when the mid lane is losing so heavily, because, you know, Ku obviously have so much control here in the mid lane with Kuro constantly pushing with those blue buffs, it means that the instant dragon is going to be the obvious choice there for Ku, that they're going to answer if you do show top. But as you said, he's trying to make something happen. You know, like there's
Just helping his lanes.
There's no really good option for him right now. and he's just hoping to try and get somebody ahead.
And Ku, we've heard about their strong mid game, but this early game has gone swimmingly for them as they find themselves up 1,000 gold here at 12 minutes in with a dragon and a tower. So plenty of room as they maneuver towards that mid game.
And Gorilla finished his Moby Boots. Sword Art still looking for a little bit more gold to do that. So we actually see some of those really good roams from Gorilla. Yesterday we saw him facilitate a lot of ganks, a lot of plays. Basically him going in first, throwing the lantern backwards. This time he can't do that, but he's able to lock them up with some good combos here. Some deep vision was placed though by Sword Art, so he moved in, got the vision at the Gromp. That's really crucial because you can always spot the jungle, and if you don't spot him, you have a good instinct that he's actually at the other side of the map.
Yeah, Gorilla replacing a pink ward there, destroying one of his own. I guess it didn't quite see that other deep ward, so Flash Wolves with a couple of those 2 deep wards that you mentioned actually in very good spots, and they're both able to survive.
Yeah, I just checked. These wards do not see each other, so it's not an elaborate mind game here from Ku Tigers to leave that ward alive. It actually just doesn't get spotted by the pink ward on their blue buff. So we could see Hojin spotted if he goes for Gromp.
Hojin actually mid lane right now.
Sword Out, very patient, waiting for that dark landing.
He was in there for a long time, even cleared a ward out and still just hung out in there in the brush, but no gank forthcoming. Casa will leave the bottom lane as Hojin and Kuro. It's just blue buff city right now for this Lulu. Gets a third. Oh, no, did get it.
So calm here from the Ku Tigers, and Hojin at the helm, just walking through this game plan. Blue stolen once again here. They're easily.
Look at Karsa pinging though. They know because they haven't seen him Gromp in a while. They haven't seen Lulu mid in a while.
Plus they have that ward that they walked over real quick, and he just smited the Wolf Spirit, so that's going to tip off both teams.
Bottom lane though, Sword Art does use the Black Shield as NL going to keep firing. The ulti did land, but it doesn't quite connect for long enough. Gorilla going to stay safe, but this bottom lane actually starting to open up some space. The Manamune Varus really firing away.
Yeah, it's really hard to punish that poke. Even if Varus misses, he doesn't really get any... There's no opportunity cost on a missed Q for Varus. It's really hard for Prey to step in here. We see State getting kited again by Smeb, so flashes in those spear misses.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but they are going to follow in. Speb actually forces them away. They realize with the abilities missed, they have to give it up.
Meanwhile, once again, Hojin, he sees jungler top, immediately goes bottom. He gets sniped out though. NL on this Varus, dealing a decent amount of poke damage to anybody who comes close.
I like Prey's adaptation though, very early tier 2 boots to just keep sidestepping those binds, just like he talked about earlier, Kobe, how that movement speed helps against the binds and the arrows. He's really not been getting hit a lot in this lane. Only had to use cleanse once, and I believe that was on the ulti, so overall solid play here from Prey.
Yeah. It again speaks to the relaxed approach that Ku are taking here. Continually feeding blue buff to Kuro. I feel like he's almost had more uptime with the blue buff than he's spent without the blue buff in this game.
See Maple now in the mid lane, trying to keep that very mid laner out and from under his turrets here. Smeb and Snake do battle once again. The Frozen Mallet is coming up, and even now, starting to bully as Ku once again very calm, very collected, getting themselves further and further ahead.
Yeah, this is without the Frozen Mallet. Yeah, once that gets completed, you won't be able to walk out just like that. And then, yeah, Maple, he's still wondering what a blue buff looks like. He sees it on Kuro all the time, but hasn't had a single one.
Yeah, he can see it right there. It's in front of his face.
He wants to know what it feels like, Kobe.
It's part of the skin on Lulu, that summer skin. It just comes with a blue buff half the time.
Well, speaking of,
here we go again.
Kuro gonna get it again.
Is this number 5? I believe it is.
4, I think.
May actually be number 5.
It was a joke that I thought he might have more uptime with the blue buff, but I actually want someone to check, observers or something, because that very well could be true.
Well,
at the very least, is getting a lot of mileage out of that mastery in the utility tree to get.
Only 15.5 minutes into the game, so you might just be right. Maple.
Doesn't matter. 4, 5, 6. A lot of blue buffs have gone towards Kuro's way, and he's used that to take down tier 1 tower on his own. Even though Karsa walked in and cleared a lot of waves, he's now pushing on the tier 2. Already half HP, so Kuro, yeah, he's not known to be a very flashy, in-your-face type of player, but he will whittle away at your tower with continuous push poke here. Obviously, the matchup does allow it.
Man, can he glitter lance a minion wave, though. Right down the middle.
That's the essential Lulu skill. As Ku, not that far ahead in gold, honestly, only 500 now, but you can just tell with the control they have over the map, they're happy to play here. They're going to start knocking down turrets and bumping up that gold, and Dragon is alive in 50 seconds as well. Sword Art, whoa, going straight in. The game plan ulti out as well. We're going to have teleports also as Gorilla could be the one caught out, but the teleport answer from Smeb gets ultied out of it. Binding follows in. Casting going to chase in, and there's the dunk. NL gets himself the kill.
Where's the cancel?
That was a good instant ulti there, though, from NL, locking up Smeb. Smeb should have cancelled. We all agree here, but good act Proactive play from Flashwheels. I like it. Flashing in with Morgana. At worst, you force Flash or Flash on AD carry, and that's always worth it.
Plus, here comes the Siege. They've got the double poke of Nidalee plus Varus here. Here comes a poke. One lands right there, and they're going to be able to get a turret off the back of that. Careless teleport completion there from Smeb does cost them an objective as well. Flash Wolf going to strike back. Actually even up the gold.
Yeah, and AD carry Varus has gone to a couple different builds in history. There used to be what they call like the Legolas build, where you just go for the really big arrows with Bloodthirster. Not the approach that NL takes here. He just goes for a lot of CDR, a lot of cooldown reduction, keeps spamming out the arrows. That allows him to stack his tier on his mana move quicker too, so he wants to get that Muramana.
Watch the barrel set up here, very important. Flash Wolves maybe overstaying at the Dragon.
So much poke
commit.
though.
You're going to try and finish it though. Flash Wolves need to get it done. They do collect it. Proactive play rewards the Flash Wolves.
I mean, we haven't added it up. There's arrows, there's barrels, there's binding spears, and then you have a Juggernaut Darius that can walk up and start executing people. So overall, around these objectives, Scoo Tigers will have to be careful because Flash Wolves, a lot of poke. Gorilla.
Yep, straight into it. Good Black Shield though. Now the ulti out. I think a binding hit him. And now Maple's going to chase him. He just dives to it and Prey has to cleanse out. Hojin barely doesn't get snared.
That cleanse paying off though. This is a second time or third time Prey uses it right now. Heal would have not saved him there. Chain connect.
Honestly impressed with NL as well. You know, it does go both ways. He's landed so many of these arrows as well as ultimates. Even now he's dry and they're still going to try and push back and answer mid lane turret.
And all the standing goal for Flash Wolves is good news if they can get it. Ku up 3-1 in turrets right now, but now Ku are going to force them back. Going to kite them all the way down this long open mid lane. Maple going to get slowed up. Smeb does have that frozen mana completed. Going to force the ulti out of GP. Jigsaw goes in. Maple will flash it. Heal burned as well.
I think Smeb actually didn't want to transform there at all because it removes his range attack out of frozen mana. I was like, no, I don't want to change. Not today. Doesn't get the kill. That does force a flash. Prey misses ulti. Would have hit if it weren't for that pesky flash.
And Ku continuing to apply that pressure. Going to go over to the blue. Actually, Casa wants it, but this is not your jungle right now, Ku. Too many members around here in the top left are going to be able to take this away. Smeb actually posturing aggressively. Good hop out of it. And the blue will go over to Kuro. Once again, he gets the buff.
I would expect Ku also to actually use this blue buff to keep up the pressure and try and take down the last outer turret up on the top side. Get some pressure up there. Looks like they are going to bring Prey over, so maybe they'll make the rotation.
I like what this early game, how even it has been playing out. The slight advantage, especially on the map for pressure on Ku, but then some good moves from Flash Wolves. What it means for the group too, because we can see a really close group here, but this fight on top lane won't be as close.
No, this is why it's so obnoxious with the Frozen Mallet. Smeb just going to go all in. Wallop lands there as well after the null. Praise here. Gorilla's up as well. Good flash from Stake. Might clear him, but the zap's going to come through. They are going to dive in. Easy pickings there as Smeb actually gets the kill.
That's the reason he goes Frozen Mallet so quickly. That's going to be that outer turret they were looking for. Even easier than they thought it would be. Nice dodge there from Kuro.
Ulti missed though by NL, and Kuro's going to keep chasing. Flash Wildgrowth gets the knockup. Black Shield across the wall is going to maybe keep him alive, but Hojin picks him off with a Sonic Wave.
Honestly, Kuro with the dodges on these skill shots, pretty impressive there. Goes in for the flash knockup as well, and it's not only going to be one turret, but Prey on the front line is going to take down two.
And the Ku Tigers train really rolling now, starting to knock down turrets with this Jinx. We've talked about their mid-game since the start of the tournament, and it's arrived.
Yeah, that tower status almost reflects the blue status. We just got word from production. It wasn't 5 blue buffs so far, all gone to Kuro, as opposed to Flash Wolves have only gotten 2 blue buffs, and I believe all of them went to Karsa here. So Ku trailing ahead right now. It was a little even, but even though they have 5 turrets to 2, only having a 1,000 gold advantage means if Flash will stay even and they can even up these towers later, they will actually spiral ahead in gold because they're actually being better in fights, but Ku is just playing the map a lot better.
Yeah, and we've seen what they want to do. You know, Flash Wolves, they've got the Nidalee Varus poke and the threat of Morgana bindings. If one of those bindings lands, it guarantees the follow-up skill shots. So the thing they have to work around, though, Gorilla, obviously, the bodyguard on the front lines, Alistar is going to try and take those and go for the initiation. Smeb does have Flash, so they also have to watch out for the flanks. Ku really would like to get a flank.
I mean, Sword Art has been ready with the Black Shields, and also look at what he's building. He's going for Zeke's. Won't be as efficient, I feel, though. He actually want to cast it on Gangplank instead of on NL there, because that won't really help him too much. Kura here, let's see that again on NL.
There's 1 dodge, 2 dodges. Gonna go in here for the flash, and then dodge another one as it comes out. Just...
Is it a dodge or a miss? Debatable there.
I'd say... I'm gonna go dodges.
I feel if you point blank knock him up and you still miss, I don't know, man.
I'll leave my vote out this time as a Dragon back in a minute 40. Kuro, there we go. Blue buff number 6 as he goes back to base. Rabadon's death cap is likely close, if not finished. So Ku going to be nice and strong again. We keep harping on about it, but the strong mid game is where Ku really excel. They've got themselves a slight gold lead, not massive here, only 1,000, but they've got the items to do it. They've got the tools to try and really snowball the game.
Yeah, exactly. You keep talking about the tools for engaging here, and usually when it's the poke comp, you're like, Ku really need to get to that back line and stop this poke, but they've got the Jinx with critical strike already, and Lulu backed up, so they can even shred frontline.
Yeah.
If they catch anybody, and they're able to get Prey a reset, he can just run them down.
And that's also the nature of Flash's composition. We talked about it in Champs, like they don't really build all that much armor, so nothing really constitutes as frontline here. We see NL, Black Shield, get out.
Smeb, good duck binding. Hojin kicks someone out of there. Now they've gotten Jinx ultis out as well, and that's going to be the kill for Kuro. Sorta pops the ulti, but they're going to keep chasing. Wallop locks up Stake. He's going to get gnarred into the wall. Kuro going to keep firing away, and Prey finally gets onto that front line. Going to try and do the damage. It is there as Prey picks up another.
That was some fantastic chaining of abilities here from the Ku Tigers.
I'm just so impressed with Hojin on this lead. Everybody's talked about, yes, he needs to return to it. They got 5 AD back. We're going to see it again. And he has not disappointed.
Certainly not. I believe 2 for 2 in plays now on the champion in the games that they've played, including this one. And look good at both times here. 2-0-2 right now for the Ku Tigers junglers. They're looking for a pick. Maple going to get fired on Dark Binding. Good dodge out from Prey. Whimsy really helping out there, but no kill forthcoming. Maybe just the Dragon that's spawning right now.
And Sordo actually, for going that 6, he's actually just turning that Amtome and that Cloth Armor into the makings of his Zonia's Hourglass. That's what he wants to do. Because he basically wants to become the front line. He wants to walking zone with his ulti, then press Zonia's later, but he'll need a lot more gold to get that item though.
Sword in trouble. Prey doesn't have his ultimate though. But Ku have some good poke down. They're going to start this Dragon. Pinkwater already ready in the pit. We'll see what Flash Wolves can do here.
They just have to start the Dragon. They do it quickly.
Yeah, Flash Wolves really have to land the poke. They got a pretty good one right there.
Smeb ultied up. They're going to try and collapse in onto him. He will hop out of it. And Dragon does die. Ku, I believe, yes, did pick up Dragon number 2.
They can rotate. They can rotate mid. They even go for a potential Baron. They're pinging both. Let's see what they decide.
Yep, Flash Wolves going to just run down there. They've got some towers open. We've talked about the gold lead being so close. Flash Wolves in touching distance with basically one turret. But
you know what? I think they really want to secure a blue buff for Nidalee to continue the poke. Like this poke for them is what they have going. And without the blue buff, it's been really difficult for them. Wow, they're going to give it over to Maple instead?
I guess we'll find out soon. Maple, yes, does get his first blue of the game. Going to go back. I think Infinity Edge is close to finished, if not done for Maple. Is going to go back and does have it.
Okay.
I mean, this is the core, right? For Gangplank, Triforce, I-Edge.
I want to see some impressive barrels then.
If you get a blue buff, if you take my blue buff, your barrels better be on point.
But Inner Jungler and Kobe clearly coming out there. As Flash Wolves, again, keeping it really close, going to mash this minion wave.
Look at those barrel mechanics.
That's a great barrel.
That was beautiful. You got a lot of cash right there. Okay, that counts.
Minions thankfully don't move too often or move very predictably. Maple, though, starting to get stronger, and it feels like it's one fight away from either team taking momentum in this game.
Let's see if Maple can get the Scuttle Crab with the barrels. I think that is
The real
challenge.
The real target.
Well, the thing that I would have looked for then from Ku is actually some more vision coverage because, oh, here we go, actually. Smeb finds himself trying to land some slows.
He wants to go in. He's going to go in for the boulder. Does land it there.
Smeb's bravado on his top lane. So often he's find himself 2v1, 1v3, and then he turns it around, especially the side steps. He's not afraid to offensively dodge a skill shot and then return some damage. Here we see Prey being speed up here.
NL a little too far forward. Heal does come out from Nidalee.
Prey right there, breaking the barrel chain. Attacks the front one, that's ticking down first, so that he cuts off the chain reaction.
And that's something we haven't really seen all too much. So often, Gangplank gets so put up in a priority, and so many highlight reels where, especially where Palm, for example, gets that 4-man barrel here. Hang on, finish that story later.
Black shield. Sorda is going to dodge out of the way. Heal again from Casa.
But the TLDR is, just kill the barrel. So many highlight plays could have been prevented if people just auto-attack the barrel.
And that's why I say prioritize vision right now, because you don't want to have to face check a brush.
Yeah.
If a barrel explodes on multiple people,
Maybe a catch Gorilla does combo onto Stake. Chain though out. Gangplank God's going to zone them away. This is not a bad fight for the Flash Rolls, but the ulti out from Nick. It's good. There's actually a kill. Barrel does get it. Spam jumps in with a Flash ulti, but Carter's already taken out Prey. Flash Rolls double kill there from Gangplank. Going to keep running. Kuro's forced to flash out.
Maple's blue buff runs out, so obviously no more barrels. But that was so close.
Fair enough.
If Bray's traps connected on Stake there, that would have been a reset and a cleanup fight. They just landed just shy of Stake, and he managed to walk out. Didn't die to the Jinx ultimate either. And then really good barrels there from Maple, but overall, good fight here from the Flash Wolves.
And Flash Wolves actually got themselves a lead in this game. Ku are going to try and line up a Baron steal, but the Flash Wolves looking to take control of this game.
Just wait out the queue right now. You don't want to let Hojin get a free shot in there. Gonna land another one onto Maple. Still dangerous for him though.
Have to be careful. Teleport up for Smet, but he's not alive.
Hojin, here's Stake.
Oh, goes in, kills Agent! That's gonna give him the Baron Casa! So low, but he heals himself to safety. Flash Wolves get Baron!
Stake with the big plays, jumps over the side, and he has the cover fire to get out.
And the patience just overall, not only on this Baron play, but also being so many towers down here on the map. Flash Wolves haven't really panicked. They haven't really made any moves saying like, oh guys, we're so far behind. They realized they were only a couple thousand gold at best behind. And they've really been playing to the strengths of their composition. Yeah, well executed poke composition. Let's watch that fight again.
All right, so Smeb obviously on the front line, starts it out with the slow.
Look at
And
traps
then
now.
Gorilla uses everything that he has on it as well, and they sit in this Gangplank ultimate. There's the poke that lands from both of them, and now that's the barrel chain, and he gets into the back line as well. The big deal though, Karsa goes in and takes down Prey. You have to be very confident on the AP Nidalee to go for that.
Sneaky Kuro finally steals a Ku blue buff. Oh, sorry, that's his own blue buff.
He steals his own blue buff. He claims it again, yet another one. So that's the story of the game. But overall, Stake narrowly escaping death there twice in that fight. Almost gets pinned into the wall from the Gnar ulti. Yeah, so close. He managed to survive. No resets there. And Flash Wolves ahead with Baron with a Pokemon. Baron buff is the best against and with poke compositions.
100% agree with you there. And I have to say, Stake probably the most underrated player coming into this.
Hojin, he's in trouble. They're going to keep going. Gangplank ulti's going to slow him down. Stake winds it up. That's a kill for Flash Wolves. They're going to keep things rolling. And they're just going to keep starting the siege. They're ahead in gold. They've got the Baron. They've got so much momentum here.
It's so hard to deal with this. Yes, you have AoE wave clear from Jinx. It's physical, so Baron buff doesn't really negate it all too much, but you have to walk up. Look for NL. His ultimate is still available. Look at Prey. His cleanse is also available.
And Flash Wolves continue poking up that Baron siege minion. It's almost impossible for Ku to get through. And L's going to move forward. The barrel's up for poke. Instant wave clear as well. That is going to be a turret.
Yeah, they're so good at sieging because the barrel stacking gives you a lot of wave zoning potential at the turret. So you can block them completely off of the turret, not to mention all the poke that's coming through. And Flash Wolves able to clean up a lot of the standing gold.
Yeah, both Nidalee and Gangplank serve a similar role when it comes to sieging. So much zone control from that poke, whether it's a spear throwing at you, the potential barrels being placed, Gangplank's ulti can be placed. And more importantly right now, if a fight breaks loose, Sword Art can actually engage, pop ulti, and have Zonias ready to zone in these fights.
Once again, that's why we mentioned the wards that Ku needed to get down for vision control. They also need them down for teleport flanks.
Smeb caught. They actually are going to go in. Ulti out from Varus. Maple flashed himself to safety. Gorilla goes down. The Flash Wolves are just riding such a huge wave.
What is Ku gonna do? They need an ultimate here from Smeb, but he's too low. They're backing up. Inhib's gonna drop.
And Ku are now 10,000 gold behind almost. Their mid inhibitor has fallen. They're safe, careful play, and just a few well-played team fights. And all of a sudden, this game's turned completely around.
And it all started with a single cocoon to knock Kramer out of the lineup. NL comes in. Big
I was like, where are you going with this, Grubba?
NL plays Varus, and Varus, honestly, this team comp, Danos just pointed out, we have to draft around NL's poke champion, Varus, in the bot lane, and they did, and Ku Tigers weren't ready for this much, like, hidden poke.
Exactly. Honestly, it's a very intelligent comp drafted around, as you said. The signature Varus pick here for NL. Woo, shots fired there at the bench.
Good old as Ku. Honestly, I think just can't believe they're in this position. They were in the mid game. They had control. They didn't have a big lead, but they had everything in place, and they just couldn't do the next step. Flash Wolves held on.
Yeah.
And then one team fight in this game is completely blown away.
Yeah, I have no more qualms about giving blues to Maple. I would give him every single blue. You deserve it, my friend.
Why didn't you give him any sooner? He could have.
I'm bowing right now.
But honestly, we actually haven't really seen Karsa poking these fights with blue buff, so let's keep it at a draw for now. But overall, doesn't matter who gets the blue buff, there's just so much poke on this Flash Wolves lineup right now. Baron buff has expired though, so they don't really have that protection cushion from those minions right now. They will die faster. They still can die if Prey gets the reset, because he's building towards his third item right now. If he gets the Last Whisper, he's going to negate some of that armor that's built up, but it is incredibly hard for him to position and dodge all that poke coming at him.
Yeah, the outer turrets here are pretty much trivial for Flash Wolves to knock down, so they have this giant war chest now.
And a huge Baron power play here, as you can see on your screen, 6,500 gold.
The biggest Baron power play from the entire tournament so far, and we'll see that's why you won Baron with poke compositions. We talked about it earlier. Ku were behind or slightly ahead in gold and massively ahead in towers. If Flash Wolves could hang out and even out those towers, they would swing the game back.
Yeah, and I just want to tack on to your poke composition, built around the favorite champion for NL. 19 is the number of times that Nidalee was banned away from Karsa in the normal season. Talk about it so much at the very beginning, but he has really been outstanding. Let's see if they can
See why Smeb looking for the flank and hell. Gonna keep moving. Smeb now just caught out of position. Karsa gonna try and chase him down. A fight on two fronts. Smeb will flash out. They're gonna keep moving. It's Stake. Wants to go in. Goes in with the wild growth sound. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. Looks for the dome. Doesn't get it. Rifle's unstoppable though.
They got the flank, but you're gonna have to retreat on all sides here. Flash Wolves just turn and fight. They're gonna take down the inhibitor turret here fairly easily.
And that's what you want to, the moment you notice you're gonna get flanked, you want to engage on the weak side, at least get that fed away and then turn around. But Flash Wolves so far heading gold. If this was even gold, this could have been beautiful for Ku Tigers, but yeah, they're starting to drown. There's just almost no plays left for them to really come back into this game.
They need to do everything they possibly can to wave clear and hold out. It's going to be very difficult for every blue buff you're going to do that. All right.
It's a game of blue buffs, man. So it has to be told.
I see you.
Well, at least right now, blue buffs have been hotly contested, but the Flash Wolves, honestly, in a commanding position now. Actually, 10,000 gold ahead in this game. They've knocked down 2 inhibitors and in a prime position to close out this game. I guess the only question left is, can they? Because Ku, they are capable of a comeback.
They do. They are capable of a comeback. You know what? They expended so much in that last attempt at a flank, though. The teleport for Smeb down, flash for Smeb down, flash for Kuro as well. And obviously they have 2 inhibitors down, so this next Baron becomes so difficult for them to face check the poke team. All you have to do as Flash Wolves is continually bait the Baron, throw at your poke. Your binding is eventually going to land, and they're going to be able to get a lot of damage down. Ku have to be so decisive here. It's just very difficult for them to pull off the play.
And that is the nature of poke composition just in general. They're so binary. When they get ahead, it's so hard to combat against them because the only way to really fail is to drastically get caught. And Flash Wolves have played with enough patience, enough distancing from the opponent to not let that happen. And they've shown that they really know how to play these type of compositions. And obviously, if Pokemon's get behind, it's really easy to walk over them and kill them, but didn't happen this game. Flash Wolves setting up for that Baron.
And now Flash Wolves, they have started it up. Ku, I don't know if they can really approach, but they have just fully committed the poke. Still moving out, and Els tanked a lot of damage. Smeb, he's going to be the one pulled in, but he's almost mega now. This could be tricky. Stake, Black Shield, huge load off there from Gangplank, and now almost gets sniped by Jinx Gorilla. Straight into the back lines of Flash Wolves, playing a well sword on. Flash ulti zone is there at Stake. Dunks a Smeb, as oh my god, Prey, he's going in, but he gets cut down by Nidalee. Karsa once again assassinates him.
And this was almost the best way it could play out. Instant Baron, no poke setup before Ku Tigers can commit. Snub gets an ulti, but it's just too little too late. This was the best case scenario for Ku, and it wasn't enough.
Yep, all that Ku have left now is the Lulu. There's no way he's going to be able to steal this. Plenty of vision for Flash Wolves, plenty of members left up on the field. They're going to grab the Baron, and again, the poke off with the Baron, plus the massive gold lead here. This is Flash Wolves' game to take.
It certainly is. All that's left is the Nexus, and we're going to watch this again.
Yeah, usually we want to set a poke before this Baron, but already gets NLS at quarter HP at the start of this fight. Look at Stake, he's going to get Black Shielded, I believe, to dodge the ulti, and that's big, big. Sword Art is now going to move forward and zone with his ulti too.
That binding onto Hojin, he gets caught in the middle and immediately blown up. Great zoning there from Sword Art. It separates the team and allows Stake time to get his kill. Prey was going in for the crit.
Yeah, he
wanted the crit reset right there, and he almost got another auto attack off.
But it was Karsa landing a mark, I believe it was a spear, and then instant flash follow-up, and that's the difference right there. If he missed that somehow or didn't have flash, Bray could have immediately killed 3 people there, but
Karsa has no hesitation going into cat form and going for the executes. Multiple times he's been able to cut Ku off at the knees.
And now Flash Wolves are going to just go straight in here. This mid inhib has respawned. they're going to look to try and find something. Hojin was peeking over for a flank.
Look at the
poke
flank
is still
works.
there. Oh my god, Gorilla goes in, but a great black shield by Sword Art. Now Flash Wolves 5v4.
Gorilla goes in, Gorilla goes down, and that is going to be an inhibitor here. With the Baron buff, they can just sit around and Baron empower the double lines of super minions that come in.
And I love me some flank wards when you're playing poke composition, because that is the weakness. Suddenly you're like, where is Lee Sin? Well, he's behind us, get kicked in. But that doesn't, Flash Wolves don't allow it to happen. In addition, it does seem that Morgana seems to be a strong pick against a lot of these meta champions.
Yeah, when I saw the first 3 picks here in Champions Select 4 Flash Wolves, I was fairly worried that they were going to go, that LMS route of too much melee, and not enough wave clear, but they finished it out really nicely with the last 3.
Kuro almost got one shot there as Gangplank's really coming out. Flash Wolves now going to look to take the final inhibitor and really put the nail in the coffin of Ku. Tigers Ku have almost nothing left to defend. And the Flash Wolves on the brink of another Game 2 upset. If you guys have limited watching time, highly recommend Game 2s because apparently these are the big ones.
Yeah, and just this group in general is about to get so excited. CLG, close game against Flash Wolves. Dianos just tore it apart, said it was horrible. Ku Tigers were going to win, but now Flash Wolves, they turn it around. They're at the verge of taking their first win at Worlds.
Hojin tries to assassinate ANL, but he doesn't get it. Flash Wolves might just beat Ku here. One Nexus turret is down. The Super Minions in the Baron are doing too much. Ku Tigers too far behind. Can't do anything. What is up with the upsets? And the Flash Wolves, a well-deserved win. Found their competition, found the fights they needed, and were able to very, very convincingly close that out.
Ku Tigers were not ready for the AD carry switch here.
No. Or just for the poke in general. When I looked at this lineup initially, you saw some elements of poke, but once you really saw that Dragonfly play out, you start to realize just how much
Plus the double poke coming out from Nidalee and Varus.
Black Shields.
Black Shields and the bindings to set things off. It came together so well at the end of that Champions Select. I don't think Ku were even ready for it.
Nor were we.
They were, exactly.
I mean, we were joking about Barrett's AD carry, boys. But
Well, yeah, because we're like, oh yeah, we know, NL plays a whole bunch of that. He's the one subbing in, but he showed why he had so many games on it and why they had success. I honestly don't think they'll be able to get this type of comp any time in the future in this.
Karsa's nearly also fundamental in this competition. Even the little things like the heals occasionally, you don't really keep track of that, but poke comps, they occasionally get hit back, but then if you can sustain up, you have Black Shields. Couple of really nice ones from Sword Art as well. Gorilla went in multiple times, but Alistair W now is a little slower. It is easier by a small margin, and that could be the difference to stop those combinations.
I love that you mentioned Sword Art, because given the caliber of player that Gorilla is, we heard about Sword Art. The whole thing is that he protects NL. His AD carry. He's, the big brother almost. He did an amazing job that game. Absolutely outstanding.
I think, yeah, all the guys that were in charge of the skill shot champions definitely deserve some praise in this. And Maple as well in the mid lane with the Gangplank. Even though he was constantly shoved in by this Lulu that had permanent blue buff, he was able to hold on. He didn't die, and he was able to stack the Gangplank up to get the Infinity Edge Trinity Force combo, which is what he was looking for.
Gangplank, not quite as Gangplank as the old GP10 back in the day, but the most important part is for this match is now CLG up next. They could actually get in first somehow in this group, and we'll have to see how hard they play, how much advantage they get against Pain, I believe, and then we can see how this group will play out, because if Pain, for whatever reason, manages to get an upset or just goes even against CLG, the remaining matches coming this and next week could be just a joy to watch overall.
Yeah, even in the first 2 days, a lot of unexpected movement here.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, after seeing the Flash Wolves play, CLG struggle a bit against them, but really clutch it out. CLG, look at this next game. They're probably thinking, oh, it's fine. Like, let's just take it easy.
CLG
they must win this next game now.
Beat Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves beat Ku. I mean, by proxy, CLG #1. Just like I picked him.
Very well.
Transitive property of
I did miss the fact that Flash Wolves would be Ku, because Ku's my #2, so that kind of doesn't hold up. But yeah, transitive property of Worlds.
And again, Ku, a team that was kind of expected to, I think, do very well, but can certainly have a feast or famine sort of style. We saw a bit of famine that game after the feast in their first one. And it was crazy because they had everything in place. And then the Flash Wolves just said, you know what? We want to win this game. Turned it on. Sword Art goes in, gets aggressive, huge team fights, and that was all they needed.
It's just so rare to see in this metagame a team be up so many towers and still not have that large gold advantage, because it just goes hand in hand usually once we see these games. But yeah, Flash Wolves hung on and then even out that gold.
Well, let's get a bit more for an inside perspective on the Flash Wolves' first win here in Paris. We're going to send it down to Shox.
Thank you so much, guys. Joined here by Steak from the Flash Wolves after a fantastic victory over the Coup Tigers. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, an amazing game from your side. You guys went for a poke composition,
Yeah.
which is hard to execute. Tell me why this versus the Coup Tigers.
Because we have Gangplank in the mid, so playing a poke comp is a lot easier. Yeah, and Neverlose, his main is Varus. So we're pretty confident with that comp.
Yeah, we know that is his main champion, and it's quite interesting because Kramer got put on the side and NL got put in. Tell me what happened kind of in your team after yesterday coming into today.
We prepared NL for this match earlier, so it has nothing to do with yesterday, yeah.
All right, very interesting. You guys definitely showed up. You actually had two very good games both today and yesterday, and you're quite the underdog coming into these matchups, especially versus someone like Smeb. How do you deal with that? Because it seems like you're just doing fantastically.
Well, it's pretty easy to go in the game knowing that I'm gonna be the only one to troll our team. Yeah, so like Maple's gonna carry me no matter what, and NL's gonna carry me no matter what, so it's pretty easy, yeah.
Well, that's a nice way to look at it. Finally, now that you have this victory and you've seen what happens in the group, how high do you rate your chances for getting out of the group and getting into the next round?
I think we're gonna make it through, like, I don't know, I think very high.
You can be confident. This was a fantastic win. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Steak.
Thank you.
Some more insight. We're going to go back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Shox. And yes, a very solid win for them. I do want to kind of work through this one incrementally because I think there's value in going step by step. So starting in pick and ban, Yamato, I feel like some people looking at the composition that was drafted by Flash Wolves would initially have some fear of the double melee, triple AD comp that was drafted and how it might play out throughout the game.
For sure. Like, I've been talking so much about Darius' strengths, and I feel like poke composition kind of forces the enemy team to walk into you, and Gangplank and Darius is just perfect in those scenarios. And Coup Tigers' composition didn't really have enough engage to kind of cut inside that team composition.
I don't know if I feel like they didn't necessarily have enough engage. I feel that it was misplayed. Smeb, who is normally a very good Gnar player, Coup Tigers are very good around playing around the Fury management on Gnar. It was just bad this game.
It's terrible.
And he was teleporting even for some of these endgame fights with very little Fury. They were trying to engage from the front. It's not going to work in this composition, right? You have a form of engage with Alistar. You can follow it up with Lulu. The other thing about this draft that I find curious is that Prey is not really a Jinx player. And I've seen him playing it in solo queue, but I really wasn't impressed by his Jinx play in this particular game.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to kind of see this coming, too, in the pick ban phase. When they put in NL, we know he's a Varus player. You look at Karsa, most banned champion against Flash Wolves is Nidalee, banned 19 times during their season.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, yes, I think that's definitely very valid. And if you're Coup, are the Rek'Sai and Gragas bans
Not worth it.
really worth it to leave up GP, Darius, and a pocket pick Nidalee for Karsa? They just looked a little unprepared, a little sloppy here. I think their gameplay in the early game was quite good, though.
Well, so some stumbling there on the side of Coup. But to your point in the pregame about, you know, actually looking at Flash Wolves' draft, as you felt that was one of their weaker points in their game against CLG. They made many improvements playing to the strengths of the different players on their team. However, now I want to move into the early game. Let's go 0 to 15 minutes, because what we saw immediately was dictating across the map by Coup the way that this game was going to be played.
Yeah, and I think they had a very good read on what they were going to do in these lanes. Giving up that first blue buff over to Lulu allowed them to put this immense pressure onto the mid turret. They took it down very quickly, and we saw a scenario where Coup was up 5-2. Looked like they were very comfortably in control of this game. But instead of getting the vision and then setting up the engages by using TP, they decided to sort of awkwardly fight straight on. And you can't fight this composition that the Flash Wolves are running from the front only. That's just not going to work. It's too easy to kite.
Yeah,
I have to disagree with you. I think the composition, it was just so polarized. I think that, sure, the TP engage, it worked once for the Gnar, But when the TP was down and the Lee Sin tries to engage, it's so hard to do that against the Morgana. It's very hard to catch people with Lee Sin when the Morgana is on the enemy team.
But you can always run them around the map. We saw them taking dragons out from underneath the poke because they could get through the dragons so quickly. So there are ways to move around the map and take objectives while you're waiting for the teleport to come back up. But even when the teleport was up, it was used badly by the Coup Tigers. It was not used right.
Zyrene, I want to look at where the game then changed, shifted gears. At about 16 minutes, we saw a play from Sword Art in the bot lane, coming back as the turret was dying, flash in, ultimate, it completely changed the pace of the game. Up until that point, Flash Wolves have been on the back foot. This was the first kind of active move that they had made in the game to say, we're going to do something about slowly losing.
Yeah, they kept getting so much out of the bottom lane, too. The TP coming down here from Stake, and then that's a TP that you cancel on Smeb's side. You cancel that TP, and then you continue to push out your top lane, and you might get a turret for that. But instead, goes over to Flash Wolves. They're able to group up under this turret. They take it, and they get to push this down. Big win there for them. And this was a lane that, coming into it, you said, thank God the NL is in here instead of Kramer. It ended up being, thank God for that, because they just kept pushing the lane in, causing so much pressure, getting constant cleanses out over and over again, which gives Sword Art this opportunity to go in and make plays like this and put pressure onto them. So Prey and Gorilla were kind of locked down into that lane.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where you go in the future here. Do you ban Varus Sivir and then the Nidalee and then really force them to mix it up and maybe put NL onto an AD carry that he's very uncomfortable on? Because I just remember, seeing this guy at IEM and he was so underwhelming. Yeah. I was just...
Well, it's an interesting thought, the fact that they have shown up here and said, hey, look, there's a composition, there's a style that we're entirely comfortable to play. It's going to force all the rest of these teams mid-group stage to adjust the way they approach Pig Ban against this team.
But I think the biggest issue in this draft was that, who perfectly lined it up for them to pick a poke composition. They had the poor engage and the matchup just kind of lined up perfectly just because, the matchups were good on the side of course, Flash Wolves.
All right, well, there's one score left to settle today in Group A. Don't go anywhere because CLG takes on Pain Gaming when we return.
Both teams looking strong. Coup maybe favored, but anything can happen here at Worlds. Flash use Sword Art trying to dredge things out. Maybe enough with the rockets out as well. Prey will flash, but GP already gets first one onto Alistar. It's good. There's a barrel. Barrel does get it. Smeb jumps in with a flash ulti, but Carson's already taken out Prey. Smeb will flash out. They're going to keep moving. It stakes. To go in. Goes in, but the wild growth out. Doesn't quite go for the ulti. Flash ulti's on. Is there at stake? Dunks a Smeb. And oh my God, Prey. He's going in, but he gets cut down by Nidalee. Coup Tigers too far behind. Can't do anything. What is up with the upsets?
Welcome back, everyone. Right now, the North American LCS Summer Champions, CLG, are gearing up to take on Pain Gaming in our final clash of the day. Here you see some fans of the team as well as Shocks taking a moment to spend some time with the crowd out there in Paris, France. Now, CLG pulled off a win yesterday, but it was in no way flawless. Rather, Monty, I know you have some opinions on the way that they played that game out.
They just didn't play to their compositional strengths. They were not willing to group up and try and siege turrets. And their shot calling honestly looked like it needed a lot of work. I think that had they not landed that cocoon at the end, it was really the Flash Wolves game to lose.
Yeah, and the Flash Wolves actually put a little bit of perspective on that whole game with just beating Ku. But objectively, though, Zion Spartan was underperforming. That was not a type of performance we were used to seeing from this guy who was playing really carry-oriented stuff in the top lane. Still got a carry champion, but was just getting destroyed by Stake and Karsa.
All right, well, ultimately, they'll need to pull it together, rather, if they want to start Worlds 2-0 and take sole possession of Group A.
I have to say that I'm thinking about the game, Flash Wolves versus COG. It's like Flash Wolves kind of gave them that game in the draft, thinking that COG kind of played their favorite team composition and still played so poorly, which is shocking to me.
Yeah, they really lucked out on CLG's side. They were able to get Lulu, Darius, and Elise, the best jungler, one of the best mid laners to flex. Just really, that's a gifted comp to them.
Yeah, it was. And I don't think they're going to have such an easy time this time, because if anything, we can say Pain's drafting was at least solid, and they had a very nice early game execution as well to sort of get a slight early advantage.
Yeah, we were more than impressed with their early game. Unfortunately, you go up against the likes of Ku, who will, if given the opportunity, close out an even game past 20, 25 minutes. Now, one last time, I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Zyrene, I'm coming to you first. Who's taking this game?
There's been a lot of upsets today, but I'm still going with the favorites in this. I'm going with CLG here. I'm not going to go with Pain. I feel like CLG, they are probably going to come out on top of this group, considering the performances that other teams have been having, in my opinion.
Okay. I'm going to take CLG. I still think Ku will take first place in this group, but I think that CLG should be able to overpower Pain here. But just given what we've already seen in Group A, it does look like it's something that's much closer than I had initially anticipated.
Finally,
I have to say Pain Gaming. Shockingly, my mind is
ladies and gentlemen, the first time that the desk is not in agreement.
Don't kaboom
let me tell you why, right?
Please.
I think like Pain Gaming has shown some good qualities, and I feel like COG with their best composition still showed that they lack that mid game and late game, and I feel like Pain Gaming can punish that.
All right, well, there we have it. The first time we have a split desk. As we kick it to our casters for picks and bans, Kami admits he has a lot of admiration for CLG, and this is a matchup he's been waiting for a long time.
Well, I think CLG is a great team, and we're looking forward to playing against them. I know my bot lane is really looking forward to facing CLG's bot lane, so we're happy for those games as well. And I'm a fan of Pobelter as well. I've watched him for a long time. Not only Pobelter, but I'm also a fan of Hotshot. I started playing League of Legends by watching Hotshot stream, basically. And so I'm really looking forward to playing against CLG as well.
Well, Kami had a pretty good game yesterday. He's going to get that chance now to take on Pobelter and CLG. But before we get to Champ Select, let's check out the teams. On the blue side, for Counter Logic Gaming, we have in the top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Xmithy. Their mid laner, Pobelter. AD carry double lift, Aframu there to complete rush hour. And of course, their coach, Zixlol.
And I gotta agree with Aframu, or I have to agree with Kami there. I'm looking forward to seeing the matchup of these bottom lanes. Double lift and BRTT, very outspoken AD carries, very emotional guys. Now, for the international wildcard team from Brazil, Pain Gaming. Up top, it is Mylon. In the jungle, Sir T at mid, as we just saw. Kami, AD carry is going to be BRTT, supporting him, Dude, and their coach, MIT.
But looking at the matchup, stylistically, I think one opening can be Kami's playstyle into Pobelter's, if Pobelter hasn't changed up, because obviously it's a new pass. But traditionally, Pobelter gets a lot less resources, leans back out in lane and farms. That could open up Kami to roam. We said about same about it yesterday. It didn't really actually end up happening because Pobelter convincingly kind of won his lane. But I want to see some Kami TF plays. I really like the way he plays it. I think that pressure will be needed because as much as you're excited to see that bot lane, I think 2v2 CLG's bot lane will absolutely smash Pain Gaming's.
And I think Kami, in the first game we've seen from Pain, the only other one we've seen, he was a huge element of the potential to win that game. He's the star player of Brazil, the star player of his team. If anyone's going to make it big for Pain, not just in this game, but in Worlds, it is going to be Kami.
Definitely agree there. We'll see if they do try and target him in the champion select here. First off the bat is going to be some hard engage, taking away that Malphite.
Yep, he's gone away there, so not going to have that here as Pain do pick a ban. It's Gangplank, very common ban here in Paris. There's an almost insta-ban from CLG, going to take out the Darius.
Yep, Juggernaut's falling left and right. Lulu maybe left open, actually has a lot lower win rate than we expected here, that Lulu pick overall. Let's see if they actually bait CLG into picking it. Also, to keep your eye on junglers, because Elise seen a lot of favor here. Early drops, early picks for that champion very, very often.
Yeah, Smithy is so good with a lot of the Cinderhulk junglers, though. I don't think that CLG would be too sad about giving it up. That being said, yes, Elise is on the board, so they won't give away the first pick to CLG.
Not anymore. They just banned it out here. Elise off the table. So Pain Gaming, even though Xmiffy, yeah, as you said, you know, very, very big on the Cinderhulk junglers, just don't want to deal with that cocoon throwing menace.
Yeah, there is something, it's so interesting about Smithy because he spent so much money on just individual wards in the early stages of the game, and then that delays his sight zone, but it sets up the first stages of the vision to set up for the rest of the team, and he has to be on something safe to get that first line down.
Well, unfortunately, Crepo is not going to get his wish, at least for this game. Kami's Twisted Fate was the final ban there for CLG as Pain, with 15 seconds left to decide what they want to take away. We've talked a lot about priority picks. We've seen Mordekaiser banned 100% of the time.
This may be the first Mordekaiser, but nope.
Not yet.
Pain Gaming, even must hurt.
It must
the
hurt.
Brazilians. They got their, but you have to ban it out. Lulu's open right now, and I'm looking at Braum. Even though the champion has a surprisingly low win rate, I think it might even be as low as 0 so far in the tournament. Somebody tweeted that at me, so I have to double check. But Braum, the tier 1 pick, 0 and 8. Our stats guy sultry whispers in my ear just now. So 0 and 8 so far for Braum. So coming into the tournament, it was top pick, top ban. Suddenly just doesn't work anymore for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, still a strong champion. The record here also could be just because everyone prioritizes him, both the teams that are strong and the teams that are not. Anyways, though, he's not going to be first round priority here. CLG did get their hands on that Lulu, so that does signify a place out here for CLG. It did work out for them before, you know, double lift on some sort of end game carry there. Last time using Jinx, this time we'll see what they go for. And it does play into probably that Pobelter Lulu mid, so he can run that low econ mid laner.
So Kami not on an assassin this time, but picks the Orianna, and we've seen that matchup play out. It just, what Lulu does decently well in lane, Orianna just does better, and that's why this matchup actually propels forward for the Orianna. We saw Expected do it too, stay even, managed to build very offensively, didn't have to get any defensive items, and then landed that 4-man shockwave, but obviously some setup is required. Still possible here to do the same thing for Pain Gaming. Kallista's open, Annie's open.
Yeah, plus, you know, this is a signature champion for Kami. The Orianna has been playing it for so long. Serti also very happy. So comfort picks here for Brazil right off the bat.
Well, big players going to need to make some big plays on the champion as CLG consider their next few picks here, looking for second and third in this draft. 10 seconds now. And CLG, after the insta-lock, Lulu have really slowed things down. There's the Lee Sin there for Xmithy. And we may see Braum could get his first win here in the World Championships.
Again, though, no Hearts TC, and a lot of these lineups in these games here at the World Finals have been looking great on paper, but then you realize if there's no target at Hearts TC, these teams are so good that they can play around that. That may be the start of your demise. So I need to see if either of these teams actually pick some target CC. Think of an Annie, think of any lockdown immediately can help you facilitate these fights.
And we have seen, you know, with Origin earlier today, the combos, the AoE combos, the massive impact they can have with just a single team fight. If you win a giant shockwave or something like that, you know, you set up with Annie. Speaking of Origin, this was the exact combo that they ran as well. They could be looking to pull the same thing off on CLG.
Look at Crepo, the prophet there, predicting the Annie Kalista.
I mean, I'm not a prophet. I'm just looking at Origin's game overall here.
Yeah.
Pain Gaming, they were in the studios, they were getting ready for the game too. It's like, that looks like a good composition, let's run it.
We'll see how it works out here for Pain as they've got one pick left in this draft. We pop back over to Counter Logic Gaming. Really picked a lot of strong utility, can flex the Lulu if they want to, so they need to complete the draft of these picks, and it's Tristana Olaf that they settle on.
Yeah, speaking of the Juggernauts, you know, Lulu, you need not only the AD carry for the late game, but also some sort of other threat in that top lane to speed up. Olaf is perfect. This was the original combo used in North America quite a lot.
This hover, sorry to interrupt you there, but this is actually a throwback to All-Stars where the French casters in-house would always ask the crowd, Spartans, what is your profession? And they would go nuts.
They're doing it right now.
They're doing it right now.
Shut your mouth! Yeah.
Let him hit it. Ships and Oi are going crazy already, so it's a good throwback here from the youth French player here in Paris. But to touch back on the actual things at hand, I think Olaf here is a fantastic pick. I love it with Lulu. I love it against these hard engage, these hard stunts. He can just run down Kalista.
Yeah, also, I mean, this CLG comp is really, really high intensity mid game here. Tristana can get them to that point where they have enough money to start grouping and roaming around, knock down turrets very, very quickly, because you put up the Braum wall, and then Tristana, just one explosive charge is going to take out at least half a turret there. So they're going to look to try and chain that early gold and then get Zion. Once you get one item on Olaf, he's backed up by a Lulu. He can just try and run train.
Yeah, no, does complete the draft there for Payno. Surprisingly popular pick here in the first 2 days of the World Championships. Remember, this is our final game of the evening as we get a little further through these groups as the teams play more games. But, gentlemen, the draft has completed.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what CLG does with this game. Pain Gaming do have a tendency to go incredibly long in their games, and then facing off against a sped up Olaf late game, a Tristana hyper carry, potential Zeeks on the Braum. That's going to be hard to deal with for Pain Gaming.
I've learned something in the last 2 games, though, Crepo. Let's not start talking about the team fights. Let's talk about that level 1.
Yeah, let's go back. Late game doesn't matter. Who's going to face check whom?
It's not if they face check 5 on 5
where.
level 1. Exactly. It's going to be where do they go and who's going to have the advantage. Because once again, they do have the same bottom lane.
into Annie.
And exactly. The Annie can charge up her W, also obviously the Incinerate in the fountain on the way there to get the AoE stun. But Braum, no slouch. If they see one person out, they also have the Olaf. So a lot of ability to chase down. If CLG do sort of get the momentum, that they get the first jump in that level 1, definitely something to watch out for. But again, we've seen the effect of the AoE from Annie if they face check a brush.
And more importantly, double teleport on both these sides here, so we can see explosive bot lanes. We could also see a complete snooze farm fest if they respect the teleports. Depends what these teams bring to the table.
Well, we'd like to know what you guys are at least thinking. Who are you calling this one for? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag CLG win to cheer for the North Americans, or for PNG win to cheer for the Brazilians, and we'll see who you guys are backing in our final game of the evening. The French cast are doing an excellent job of hyping up the crowd. They're going insane right now, if you can hear them. And again, a tight game here for both teams. We would have thought maybe, you know, just a standard CLG game, but after seeing the last few games of the first 2 days, a very tight final game of day 2.
Yeah, we had a tiny problem with BRTT's mouse, but it should be resolved, so we should be able to get into games soon enough here. So, yeah, I'm excited. This could mean just so much for this group, for these teams. Pain Gaming could cause the upset here, because after all, they're the dwarf in this group. Nobody expects them to almost take any games, but they have proven that they can get relatively close.
And you talked about that bottom lane. I'm still very excited to see it. It's only added to that there's like every single person in this map can join the bottom lane.
I wish these teleports could be disabled for like 10 minutes, because just in a 2v2 isolated Spectre, Tristana Braum into Annie Kalista is such a fascinating matchup, mostly because you can flash Q aggressively as Braum, but it never happens.
Do you even play bottom lane? You know it's not 2v2. It's always at least 4v2, 5v3.
Well,
it's always 2v4, 2v5. I never get any TPs.
And now 5v5, as we do have an invade from CLG. Welcome onto the Rift for our final game of day 2 here in Paris.
What's their T? A lot of teams have been doing this. They double ward, send their jungle out to bait, illusion that there's just scouting, and then they run into...
Oh, it's happening again! Level 1 denied! They're going in! Huge double stun! Fast Spot's already dead! First blood goes to now. Sortino gonna pay the price. Kami trying to kite around. Mylon in trouble. Double is going nuts with the jumps. Mylon, no, does go down. Afro gets the next kill. Kami almost dead. Another 3 kills in a level 1 invade.
Pain Gaming!
Fool me once, you know, so I'm talking about team fights too early, Crepo. You gotta touch on those level 1s, baby. We're almost back to the preseason dragon spawning. Everybody rushed down there.
Get to that bush.
It's exactly what we prepped here. The Annie in the brush. Zion throws his axe at Sir T because they saw him. They thought Poe Belter was the one pulling off the bait. They thought Poe Belter was distracting him, and they were going to get the jump on him. But defensive wards from Pain. Annie in the brush. They didn't throw the axe at the brush because he thought they had the target in sight, and Zion paid the price.
But Pain Gaming were so happy that they got 1 kill that they forgot they didn't realize, guys, we just used all our damage. And then CLG, they pulled the trigger. It's actually very, very audacious of them to do that, being one man down and still getting 2 kills on them. It's a good game read here overall. But I love that play, and I think we'll see less of that later as the tournament goes on, because that Surti was given the illusion that they were spread out, scouting, because he was just hovering around, acting, you know, Oscar to him for that first spot. But Pain Gaming, they were lurking in that brush. But enough about level 1. Let's get to the game.
One more thing though, the follow that the Braum pass is doing so much work there with the Q. He's so strong in the level 1s. Now they meet up in the 2 versus 2 up top, and Pain do have the advantage with the minion wave shoving already. Pobelter though getting the early zone onto Kami. He's got the early level 2.
Look at his wards though. He bought 2 wards immediately.
Okay, yeah, wards very important because so many flashes were blown. You mentioned that, you know, it was very risky for Pain, you know, stick around after, you know, getting that first blood. They had to burn a lot of exit flashes. Kami in the mid lane, Mylon up top. It's the 2 solo lanes that Lee Sin is going to be looking for. Smithy, not only is he on one of the best early game ganking junglers, one of the most mobile, as soon as he hits level 3, he's got everything he needs in his kit, but he also still has his flash as well.
And he's now going to take a blue buff here. Ooh, Sentinel just missing that there.
I think you may as well not cast Sentinels, because they're so deceptive, because you constantly think, oh, we didn't see the jungle, but you know, what jungler at this level is going to get walk-in and get combo hit? Unless it randomly turns around right here.
It's going to kill it now.
No.
He's getting his attack speed. Yeah, he could have gone up there.
Why would you kill it?
Well, you get
gold,
10 gold.
man.
Come on.
But now they know where you are.
Didn't want to go for the gank up top.
Well, we do see standard lanes in effect here,
because you never know if Rek'Sai's waiting there as well, because they have Tremor Sense. They could be, you know, prepping a counter gank for you. If any gets an AoE stun off on level 2, level 3 champions.
You're right. I yield.
By the way, I had just begun. They've been going absolutely bonkers here in the mid lane. Pobelter and Kami, we heard Kami talk about the matchup. They are really fighting each other in these early levels.
Just on the bottom lane too, that Gnar Olaf matchup, traditionally Gnar propels ahead of these Juggernauts because he can keep the distance the same way and he can just keep hitting you repetitively. However, Olaf landing an axe can change that entirely and swing that around. So very interesting matchup overall.
Yeah, in this matchup, I actually really like Olaf, as long as the Olaf has some support. Because he can all in on a mini Gnar pretty easily, just continue to pick up axes. Since the long lane, there's so much distance for him to work with. If you're good at throwing the axes, you just throw it to land on the model of your enemy, then you can immediately pick it up and you can chain those. If there's some support from the jungler, from the mid lane, you know, all these teleports that we're talking about, then Olaf, he can pick and choose when to have the engage.
Well, top lane not going too badly now, pretty even, but Kami struggling, 10 CS down already and used his teleport.
Yeah, Pobelter in that mid lane, making a name for himself.
Good Surti, pings the brush here, no wards there for CLG. Pobelter just used 1 teleport, so if Surti can get behind, he actually pink warded too, so very invested in the top lane gank here for Pain Gaming.
I do definitely agree with you, by the way, on your earlier point about the Sentinels. I think people overhype the, oh, we're moving around the Sentinel. It's pretty slow, easy to maneuver around.
It just gives you so much deceptive vision, because what does it grant you? You walk into the jungle, oh, we didn't see the jungle. Yeah, well, he's going to walk around that.
Yeah, it's
Smithy now, gets spotted on the jungle ward there.
Oh, Braum passive on her as well.
BRTT could be in trouble, but Doublelift actually gets out of the way. So he's actually not here anymore. We've seen junglers on opposite sides of the map, but the 2v2, what Kami wanted or what his team wanted, they are getting it.
Zan goes in aggressive. He actually gets the worst of that trade here. Mylon. Oh, he ran into the backswing on the boomerang.
It's not getting
He's
a lot of
baiting
mileage.
with it. That's
It's not getting a lot of mileage out of those axes here. Smithy revealed again on the ward. This is the second time that same ward has spotted him. So fool me once, and I'll not gonna do that saying on air. I always screw it up.
We've certainly seen it.
Shame on Smithy, TLDR.
We've certainly seen Smithy be fairly committed to the Zion ganks early on, so paying a lot of attention there.
Oh, the Ute face checking!
Oh, not good news. Braum passive, not quite there. And this top lane, in so many ways, is very volatile.
Yep, again, love this defensive ward in their tri-bush. They do see it coming, but their team immediately goes in.
Yeah, kind of hard with that. Good warding, actually, from CLG to spot that one out.
So many interesting dynamics in this lane. Obviously, you have the double range blast from BFT and the Utes Annie, but at the same time, they have to posture consistently. They have to stand behind creeps, because if they get connected, Mylon really doesn't like those creeps, it seems. So this one
Round 3.
Third time's a charm.
Ding, ding.
Nope, well,
Same
still
war,
好的，让我
but
们
he's
听
so
着
far deep.
今年
Can
世界
Zion
赛
land
就
an
开
X
打了，
and he
那我
hit
们
it? I
就
don't
进
think he
入
did.
12人
It's
名
to
的
line this up
世界
well.
大赛
Can he
分
get the
享
hop?
报。
He gets the boomerang.
首先
He's
我们
gonna
要
get
简单
aggressive.
介绍一
Great
下
Q
今
from
年
X
世界
Smithy,
赛的规
but
则
there's。the hop to
今
get
年
into
世界赛是在
safety.
欧洲开打，
As a jungler.
那分别在10
Efficiency.
月1号以及
Go
10
in.
月4号第一周，10月8号以及
No
10
comment.
月11号的第二周，在
Walking
巴
over
黎
the。same war 3 times.
16 支
I
队伍
think
总
you
共
can
分
do
成
the math
A、
on
B、
that
C、
one.
D 4组，
check
每一
in
组
with
有4
the
支
rest
队
of the
伍。
lanes
那
now
之前
then.
已经首先公布
Seeing
完
top
毕
X
了，我
Smithy
们等一下
can't
也会
quite
提
get
到
the ganks
说
down.
I think this is being stuck in play
哪些队
patterns
伍。
outside of
那接着
with
下来
level
10
ones
月
in mind.
15号到
Obviously,
10月
that
18
ward
号在伦
that
敦
lasted
要
3
举
minutes.
行
There's no
8
way that
强
was a
赛。
trinket ward, but Smithy in his
及
mind is like,
10
okay,
月
he's
第3周
spotted me,
10月
trinket ward.
24
Minute
号
later,
跟
it'll be
25
gone.
号这两
Unlucky,
天
it
要
was
在
still
布鲁
a
塞
minute
尔
later. It has
举
to be
办
gone by
4 强
now,
赛，
but it was actually
最
a
后
green
在
ward
10月
due to the
31号
explosive level
在
1, so
柏
it
林
changes a lot of
举
these
行
early game
今年
dynamics.
世界
And
大
the
赛
thing
决
is,
赛
you
赛。
can
那
go
今
for
年
those
的
games where you
小
just
组
run
赛
over the
制
ward,
呢
even
是
if you
采
know
国
it's
土
there,
双
but you
循
just want to
环，
run
每
over
组
it.
至少会
But
有
for
12
that
场
to
比
work,
赛，
you
跟
have
去
to
年
have very
的
good
SC
synergy with
的赛制
your
是相
top
同的，
laner
一模
because
一样
Zion
的。
was so
那在
low,
淘汰赛
it
的
was
部
so
分，也就是
dangerous for
8
him
强
to
赛的
start
部
that up
分呢，
with
是
the axe and try and
小
get
组赛
close
之
to
后，
Nar
巴西
because
队伍
Nar
会
could easily
晋
do
级
enough
到
damage to
淘
turn
汰
it
赛，
around
所谓
right
淘
now.
汰赛
And playing
那
a
赛
lift
制
here,
会
no
转
ward
为
anymore.
波
Yo,
舞。
Mylon almost gets
那
knocked out of it.
这
The
一
stun's
今
gonna
年
go
的
down.
赛
The
制跟
Afro
去年
does
赛
land
制
it up,
有
but
一
he
个
doesn't
比
have an
较不
ulti.
一样的改
Damage
进
is
方
good. They
式，
get a
就
flash
是
forward ignite.
淘汰赛的
Straight to
分
it.
组会在小组赛的最后一
God,
天
why
实
didn't you
况推
flash
出。
any
也就
earlier?
是
Really
说
good delayed
，8强
ignite
的
there
队伍
from
排
Afro.
序
Yeah,
其
Zion
实是不
Smithy
一定
can't get
的，
it
就
done.
是最后
Double
在
lift and Afro will take over.
小组赛最
Same
后一天
path
他会
taking
再
down the river.
重
Ward
新抽一
finally
次。
has
那
expired,
有一个
and they're
有
able to
简
get
单
the
的
turret.
规
The
则
turrets
依
were
序，
great,
其实跟
but
之前
CLG
小组
got
赛
the
抽
extra
签
kill
规
out
则
of
是
it.
一样的，
And
就是
this
在每个
leaves
小组的
Pobelter
第一名
all alone
在
in the
8强
mid
赛
lane.
中
We're so
将对
focused
上
on
另
these
外一个
side
小
lanes.
组的第二
And
名
the。ganks
那
that
来自
both
相同
junglers
小
have
组的队伍
concentrated
其
on
实
the
是不
opposite
能
side
被
of the
分
map,
到
but
同
all
一
the
半
time
组
the
的赛
junglers
程
are
的，
showing
也就是意
gives
味着说
more time for
A 组
Pobelter
同
to
时晋
isolate
级
this
的
matchup with Kami,
第二
where
名，
he's
他们不会
increasing
在同一
his
个赛
minion
程
lead and
同一
taking
半
so
部的
much
赛
health
程，
off of
所以
the
他们
turret.
最后如果
Swapping
真的
things
都
around here. You
晋
can
级
see
的话
Tower's getting，
他们
low
只会在
both
主
in
流
the
赛
other
遇到
side. CLG already took one in the
那
bottom
简单
side.
介绍
Xmithy trying
今
to
年
defend
的
here
赛
at the
制
top
之
of
后呢，我们要来
BNTT.
介绍
And due to the
今年
different
参
player
加
on the
2015
Brazilian
S
side
世界大赛
trying to
的
make it happen
16
as
支队伍。
Pobelter's also
那
been
首先我
applying
们要
quite a
欣
bit
赏
of
的是
pressure.
分组名单。
Yeah, here's the roam from
之前
Afro.
抽签在 A 组
Into
的
the
4支队伍
well,
分别是
double lift is
Conquer
there.
Lucky
Shockwave does not connect.
That was
Wolves
some really
及
well
多 Tigers
executed
还有
play there.
Penny
Kami had his
Gaming。
flash, but he couldn't
在
do it because
B
he was
组的部分
polymorph.
呢，
Then he
分
got
别
knocked
是
up by the Braum, and
Fnatic
even if he flashed later on,
IG
double comes in.
还有 HQ
That tower
Esports
going down, that is a big,
Crown
big
Knight
swing here for counter
在
logic
C 组的
gaming.
部
What time
分
is it,
呢，
Crappo?
分别是
It's rush hour, baby!
H2K
He actually looked at his
还有
watch, by the
Conquer
way.
Titan。在
They
D
just
组的部分
I
呢，
don't
分
see
别
how this
是
information is relevant to
LGD
you, Kobe.
They
KT
just made a
Roaster
play, bottom
King
side,
Solo Mid
grab the kill for their team,
Ocean
swing mid, not only get the kill, but
应该这样
also,
对吧？
since
好，
Pobelter had done
那
so much
总
work on
共
that
16 支
mid
队
turret,
伍
they
呢，
open up the map.
我
We
们等一
all
下也
work
会再
mid turret down,
再
we're able
稍
to
微
get the
介
deep
绍一下，
vision.
因为其实有
有些队伍
Rush Hour doing so
整
much
体来
for
讲，
CLG
我
this
觉
year.
得
CLG at
可
10
能
top
不需要
10
花
in
那么
the
多
league
时
right
间
now,
琢磨去介
60,000
绍
goal against
那今年世界赛版本
Let's
的
see
是
that again,
第
just
一吧，
watch
也就是
technically
在
it's
这个
Paul
加入
from
的时间
Paul Belter
是9
here
月25
into
号，
that
跟
knockup.
目前
That
台
is
服
some
版本
CC
是一
Chen.
样
I
的。
love it. As a support
那
main,
之后也没
this
有
makes
什
me
么改版
very,
消
very
息，所
happy.
以
And
其
the
实原则
Tropical
上是在
Coast
跟
fizzling
台
there
服是
towards
相
the
同
end.
的。
Really tight play
那
there from CLG.
需要
And they're
提
up
醒的一
3,000
些
gold
地方
already
是
at
在
10 minutes
台湾
in.
区
We
的
talked
这
about
个部
CLG
分，
can
其
have
实
strong
在
early
资
games
格赛的
despite
时
good
候，
late game. And
也
they've
就
had
是
a
说我
really
们
good start
有
to
印
this
象
one.
LMS
Yeah, and if
的
this
最
tower,
近
I
一
don't
次的
think
资
Pain
格赛
Gaming
就
really
是闪电狼
they
队
overrespected CLG. That tower
最
shot
大
dropped
的
a lot
这个
earlier.
赛
Now,
程
good zoning
当
here
中
from Smithy and
的这
Zion
个版
Spartan.
本
You really want to
是
deny that gold,
5.14
even if it's just a local goal.
所以它其实
Against
跟
the
今
Pain
年
Game,
的世界
especially
赛
when this
版本
matchup
是已经有
switches
4
back.
个
Double
patch
Fan now
的
has
落差，
the
所以
breaking
meta
point
已
in
经
this
完
Kalista
全的
matchup. She's
不
not
一样
yet
了。
finished
那
board,
在
but
当
she's
时
going up
资格
against
赛
the
的版
BF
本
and
当
a
中，
pick.
上路
Accessor
的茂
Doublelift
凯
can just get
胜
so much
也
instant
燃爆
damage done. And yeah, start
中
1v1
路的
ing
维
Naming
克
carry
特，
2v2 they
还有
win
下
too.
路的
So
克里斯塔
really a big
这几
breaking
只
point here
角
for
色，他的
CLG.
BP 率
You can
是
see how
100%
active
哦
Afremo and
那
Smithy
其
are
实，
being
在
now as well.
现阶段
Trying to
5.18
add to that
或者是
whole
其他
lead.
地区的各
Mobility
国联
boost
赛，它
very
的
early on, but Afro
接近
getting him
100%
around the
的
map.
角色
And
其
even
实有所
Homeguard
不同的，我
upgrade
们
on
会
him.
再
He's
稍微
getting
提到
out。there to make plays.
那
Certainly is there as Pain
一
do
些
pick
角
up the
色在
tower.
当时资格
Top
赛的
lane
版
there,
本
gonna
当
move
中
that
其实
gold
是
a
频繁
little
出
back,
现的，
a
包
little
括中
closer
国雷
back
克
to
萨、
even.
伊
But
利
Poe
兹、
Belter's
奈德
been
利、
such a
中
bully
路
here in
的
this
秘
lane
密
as
阿
well.
里，
He
还
is
有辅助的瑟雷
very
西，
far
亚
ahead
历
of
西塔，
Common,
还
almost
有莫甘娜
20
这些
CS
等
play
等
right
的，
now.
这都是
Yeah, we
当
mentioned
时
it
我
earlier.
们
Level
要
1 all
强调是当
functions
时
blown
资
to
格
Wars
赛
purchase
5.14版本，或
constant
者是其
shot
他
from
地区，
Paul Belter.
我
The
们先
easiest
举
way to
LMS
lost it,
为例。
forcing
所
Common
以
to make mistakes under that turret, dropping
在
CS.
这之后
Yeah,
，5.14
not
资格
much,
赛
it's
之后，
10 CS,
大家
but
都
it
开
means
始
a lot
为
in
了
terms
世
of
界赛
pressure
做
too.
准备，
Polo
然
is
后我们
always
开
ready
始
to
进
move
行了
first.
几个
So
patch 的
here's
版
the
本带
line
动
that you now
所以我
take
会
as
从
Pain Gaming.
5.16开始
We
讲。
want to
总共
look at
3
this
个版
match
本
from their point
啊
of view.
，5.16
They need to
来
clear
说
out
最
the
明显的改
CLG
动就是
division.
达瑞斯
You know
的
that CLG were
达
just
瑞
in your
斯
jungle. You
盖
know
伦
that they
史
left
加纳
wards down
魔
here,
都凯
and
上， 我会把这个版本的改动成以这4支为主，他们在技能组以及伤害上面来讲有很大幅度的调整。那在之后5.17来讲，这几支的改动其实被大家都认为说，有点改动的太过了，所以其实在后续的版本里面都针对这4支有一些伤害啊，或者是技能的调整，包括5.17来说，史嘉娜其实被 nerf 了，那其他的部分还有其他角色来讲，酒桶的伤害，坦行酒桶的伤害也被 nerf。珍娜来说是 Q 技能的这个快速释放的距离也是被 nerf。菲斯来讲是 nerf 上路大难的一个伤害层面，所以它是调整为中路刺客 AP 的武装。那这个部分我们等一下在后面队伍介绍上面来讲也会特别提到。那在5.18，也就是世界赛版本来讲，包括达瑞斯的 nerf、菲欧拉的 nerf、冈普朗克的 nerf 以及摩托凯撒的 nerf， 所以其实在跟资格赛版本不同的地方是，这次世界赛版本我们可以说是上路大难为重的一个版本。可是其实，在这样的5.18版本之下，很多的上路斗士已经又被削弱了很多，可是它其实还是一个很好的选择。那我们在接下来，也就是这个部分，我们要提的是选角的部分。在角色的方面来讲，我们会提到很多今年世界赛可能会出现的角色，然后我也会帮各位稍微分别类一下。那首先我们要介绍的是上路。在上路方面来讲，原则上还是分2种类型。第一个是传统的大型坦克，这样的类型的角色通常是拥有大量的突击技能、控制技能，然后它有非常良好的体能，支撑在会战的前排。然后他们通常是对线的，它的对线通常是比较偏向保守，也就是它比较难去做出这种收起的技能。那这样的角色分别有纳迪斯、马尔、茂凯、莫菲特、圣、赫克林。我这边提及的都会是不管是接下来世界赛可能会出现的角色也好，或者是在其他地区他们在资格以及区域选拔赛来说常使用的角色。那这样的角色外面，也就是我们提到第二类型，第二类型这个版本，我个人认为是蛮值得期待的，就是斗士的版本。斗士的版本上路分别有康普朗克、菲欧拉、欧拉夫、达瑞斯，对，达瑞斯以及雷文，然后大致上会是这5只角色。那特别一提的是，我们刚刚前面版本那个提到的菲斯，菲斯其实在欧洲地区是非常流行上路大难的，也就是传统的3项坦克出装方式，然后去刺客突入后排，给后排的 AD carry 造成极大压力。可是在这个版本其实是有被 nerf 的，所以会不会出现不一定。可是我个人认为有一些队伍可能还会这样做选择。再来要提及的是蓝宝，蓝宝这只角色在斗士斗士上路或者是这种伤害很高的这种白色型的上路出现了以后，其实蓝宝的出场地位相较于偏低，因为这样的角色其实蓝宝在当时是被设计，也就是被选手拿来是打所谓的大型坦克用的，包括大家可能比较熟悉的茂凯啊，或者是纳迪尔斯，或者是传统的龙女上路等等的。可是，在面对这种斗士会有带有突兀性质的，包括什么米瑞利啊、雷文啊，然后包括欧拉夫啊这种角色的时候，其实蓝宝会显得对线来讲是相对吃力很多的。所以其实蓝宝在这个版本可以出，可是他在对线上面来讲是相对的要来的劣势一点。好，那接着下来我们来介绍张国的部分。张国的部分我们大致上也分2个类型，跟上路很像，也就是传统的坦克型的上路，坦克型的 jungle 以及比较能够制造打得出大量伤害的jungle角色。那传统坦克型的上路，坦克型的jungle角色，我个人认为有像是艾克、欧拉夫、博拉格斯、北爱。来讲是相对吃力很多的，所以其实蓝宝在这个版本可以出，可是他在对线上面来讲是相对的要来的劣势一点。好，那接着下来我们来介绍 jungle 的部分。jungle 的部分我们大致上也是分2个类型，跟上路很像，也就是 传统的坦克型的上路，坦克型的 jungle 以及比较能够制造打得出大量伤害的jungle 角色。那传统坦克型的上路，坦克型的 jungle 角色，我个人认为有像是艾克、欧拉夫、博拉格斯、菲艾、雷克萨以及史加纳。那这样的角色，其实在会战当中常常可以做一个开战的箭头。那在游戏当中，前期可能比较偏重于自己的发育，那施加地图压力，可能控制好自己的地图视野。然后做一些 counter gank 的举动。那有一些角色是仰赖6级的发挥，也就是拿到大绝的发挥。另外一个部分来讲，是我们刚刚提到的是比较能够擅长制造伤害的jungle角色。那这当中，我个人认为包括有伊利斯、伊芙琳以及奈德利这3角色，大家都可以。
Times on
Certainly impressive there. Kami said he wanted to play him. Maybe regrets that statement now, but Pain still putting up a fight here, defending this bottom side turret. Mylon sticking in the top side, does not have his teleport though. But CLG look to be prepping just for the next dragon. CLG will clean out this wolf camp, actually getting a bit more active around the map, trying to keep these waves up. The dragon is back up in 40 seconds. Pain needs to make a decision. When that comes up, are they going to fight for it?
I think not, because honestly, we talk about, trying to set up defensive vision all the time, and we talk about clearing out CLG's vision. Even that is such a dangerous prospect for them. Really what they're hoping for at this point is a counter engage where CLG try and push into a turret, something along those lines where they're walking in and it makes it easy for Kami to land a very big shockwave.
And ever since Baron has been placed on a 20-minute start time except the 15 minutes, some teams have actually found issues closing out games or knowing what to do when they get this far ahead and towers fall this early in the game. So CLG's approach right now is just to deny as many mini objectives, small jungle camps, vision trades, dragons to boot, and then just keep the pressure up. And then eventually, around 20-25 minutes, then you can start looking for that Baron. But there is no rush at all here on CLG, and that's what makes it so hard for Ping Gaming to find an opening. Unless they push and overextend mid, it's so hard to catch him.
At the beginning of the season, it took a long time for teams to realize that you can't just continually throw your bodies at this inner line of turrets, because that's how you give up your early leads, overextending in that mid game.
Deny resources Raptors to prevent the Oracle buff right there, the Wolves so that little Spirit doesn't spawn, and then you go back to your jungle, get some more gold, and then you continuously keep growing that gold advantage, and then you can start throwing your bodies at those tier 2 towers.
CLG are certainly starting to pack that snowball. I think they've got it to the top of the hill. They're going to push it down now and see how big it can get. 5,000 gold up still, but they did take another dragon, so on the clock now for a pretty good 5th dragon timer. Now sitting 2-0 up in dragons and 4-2, sorry, up in turrets. The items do keep coming. Pobelter and Mylon kind of just sort of brush past each other. Mylon will complete the back, but Pobelter even just clearing waves bottom side now on Lulu.
The advantage of double teleport, you know, you can just put your mid laner bot, AD carry mid. That's a lot of teams used to be able to do in the assassin meta. Even if you don't have an assassin, you just split push 1-3-1, keep that pressure up, and eventually Pain Gaming, because they're losing all these individual matchups right now, 1v1, 2v2, they have to send more people to deal with one side. That's when teleport transfers over to the other side of the map, and you get another advantage. It's an objective, vision, whatever you want. CLG seem to be more in control in this mid game than they were yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. It's up to Pain right now to try and find some fight with a numbers advantage, because while we keep mentioning the double teleports for both teams, and yeah, you know, people can join from across the map, the channel time for teleport is extremely long, and you can burst someone out before they arrive, so trying to even it up that way is what they're looking for. They've got the Annie to start it all off. That would be their #1 hope.
And that's something, hang on here.
That's
Smithy,
not
little
quite
deep.
there. Smithy gets low, but he flashes out to safety.
And that's something we've seen on Western teams as well. That teleport, very often a little late. Very often when we watch the Eastern teams, both LPL and LCK, those teleports coming really early, very often cancelled when not necessary, but I feel that's something where Western teams need to improve a lot more. Just trigger happy on teleports.
Or not cancelled like we saw last game with Smeb.
See, Pobelter working on Mylon, so much damage already, and the Lulu hasn't even gotten that second big item. He's actually going to take this maybe by himself. Yeah, no pressure there coming out from Annie. CLG, again, very methodically, just getting themselves a bigger and bigger lead. This, like we've mentioned already, much more control from CLG, even stealing the blue now as well. This, 20 minutes in, it's been a great early game, but a very clean mid game now as well.
Oh, interesting teleport here from Zion Spartan, looking to cut him off. He pops the ultimate.
Find someone, it's actually coming in 13. The knock up there from Lulu. Huge damage out there from Zion. Smithy rides in to get the kill and does secure it.
That teleport only went, you know, halfway across the jungle, but he was just able to cut off Kami there, and not even the flash is going to save him. CLG jump on the opportunity, finally catch Pain Gaming outside of their base, and now they're going to Baron bait.
Yep, CLG copying TSM with their Juggerlock composition here. We see Zion Spartan again, no ultimate this time though.
And Aframu does not have his. They're going to need to find someone. Mylon's flashed out. Smithy looking for the flank, but he gets knocked up. That's not enough. BRTT now is a 4v4 will ensue. Mylon, good scoop back to keep himself safe, but Afro will get the kill and double. Smells blood there as he rocket jumps straight forward.
Good move by Pain. If you're getting flanked, always engage on the weak side of the flank. They take out Smithy, but they're just forced to end up training 1-for-1. So CLG is making moves that at worst go even. So very, very controlled aggression here from CLG.
Yeah, it could have been better from Smithy there. You do have to constantly keep track of the rest of your squad when you're going for a flank, so it doesn't get turned around on you like that. Here comes the stun out of your...
Quite.
If only Pixie passive procs 2 autos.
That would be ridiculous. As CLG will back away from their siege in the mid lane. Mylon is back. So you have to be a bit more careful as everyone can be around here, but the control out of CLG for vision, you can see them just massacring wards in Pain's red side jungle.
Yeah, plus they've got the trifecta of pink wards around Baron already set up to clear out so much of this true sight inside the red.
And look at just how dark that vision is. Pain Gaming now have to face like all those brushes that are being shown by the observers here. For all they know, CLG is right now on Baron with a 2,000 health Baron buff. They find them in the brush though. 13, good scouting, that's really good job, but you gotta go with patience. And CLG know that now Pain Gaming, they took their time scouting those rushes. Next time, they'll just insta-rush Baron.
But, you know, they've given up the positioning here on the mid lane, and Pain trying to get towards the turret. They are half-heartedly coming over. It looks like CLG have just forfeited this mid lane turret. So Pain Gaming gonna take the last outer now.
Yeah, might pay for that Baron bait with a turret. They certainly will, as Pain Gaming have done a great job playing reactively, but sort of keeping up with CLG. This lead has not shifted for so long.
Well, they have to be careful. CLG will seed 1 turret, but they're not going to let 2 go, so Pain have to be careful not to overextend.
Yeah, but look at the wave in bottom lane, though. Just gonna dodge the Q here from Smithy. He has to go in. Good zoning by 13. Good cancel!
Knock up! Smithy kicks there, but it's not nearly enough. So low here as they do tag Kami. They're going. Shockwave lands on the 3. Doubles caught up. Fate's going to move in, and he's down there as well. Zion, though, got Oriana into the back lines, and Zion is going absolutely nuts. They're trying to kill BRTT. He will die, but Mylon will fall as well.
Mylon was way too late. Pain Gaming need to communicate better as a team what they want to do. They could have turned that around if Mylon TP'd instantly, but right now Doublelift looking to clean up BRTT.
Does fall to Doublelift. And CLG find themselves a 3-for-2 team fight win.
Again, that 3.5 seconds of channel time for a teleport is enough to turn the tide.
I mean, the 3.5 hesitation before the channel is...
That's not... the lag?
Lag. Playing at lab, it's the only lag you have left is teleport lag. But yeah, really good turnaround there from Pain Gaming, but they were in a good position to also keep split pushing. So Mylon told his team, guys, I got a free tower here, just back off. They could have backed off, good cancel from Sir T, but hesitation. Obviously really easy to spot from us here, but it's all happening in real time for those guys on the stage, so gotta keep in control. That's why shot calling is so important for these teams.
Yeah, and sometimes you want to put faith in your team that they'll be able to disengage so you can try and get an advantage and you continue split pushing bottom. If they're able to pull off that disengage and deny CLG the combo there, then by taking that risk, they gain something on the other side of the map.
Well, Pain actually going to start this Dragon. CLG a little late on the recalls. They might not get this next Dragon. BRTT though caught. Kami will protect him there with his ball.
Flying from Zion Spartan.
Oh, Zion runs in. Rek'Sai does get it. Pain will get the Dragon, but at what cost there is Kalista already down. Kami getting fired upon by Doublelift, who's going nuts. As now Mylon gonna get aggressed on. The stun is there from Annie.
That should be Baron. The two main carries here for Pain Gaming down, so CLG should probably make a beeline up there. As we said, they have plenty of pink wards already down.
Yeah, I really like that vision.
They're just setting between Explosive Inhibitor and Baron right now.
Yeah, they're just pick what you want. Only good choices left for CLG right now. Pobelter wasn't even in that fight, and you really see just a little bit of aggression from the Kalista forcing her down, and then Zion Spartan can just move in, flank. And it's so hard for Pain Gaming to move in, because even though CLG stopped baiting, those pink wards, they stay there. They don't go down anymore. Unlimited duration on those wards. You just see a steal here from Sir T, but so hard.
Caught Afro. In fact, Zion's going to try and zone them away. Does not have his ultimate just yet, so this could be a bit dangerous. Baron getting low, but it feels like CLG want to commit on this one. Double. Actually, no, they'll back away.
That hesitation from CLG not immediately moving up there can be the difference here. A couple of seconds of DPS time on Baron. Double teleports for Pain Gaming, and Kami's able to come in. Threat of a shockwave. Rek'Sai is definitely threatening enough. They can burst it down, so CLG don't want to take that chance of throwing away such a huge lead and allowing the Baron to be stolen. So they call off their attempt.
They play with the necessary respect, but even though we're now 15-5 ahead for CLG, Pain Gaming still have the combo. We saw Origin do it. They were behind too. We saw an earlier fight here. Sir T now on the front line, some Oriana shield here, but look for Annie, look for Dude. Tibbers with Fate's Call, or Flash Tibbers with the Oriana ball combined. That's what Pain Gaming are looking for. Zion Spartan is looking for Inhibitor.
Yeah, does get the ulti out of Rek'Sai, but isn't going to go all the way in. CLG have done some recent shopping, though. Doublelift actually sitting on a big stack of gold, I think. But they are going to start Baron once again.
In vision. What's changed now that CLG is willing to take the 50-50 compared to before?
Maybe they just have to think they have to take it here. They're going to move in. Are they going to get the
Smite
steal?
ball.
They're going to keep moving in. Dude's going to get 100. Tibbers is good, but Dude's getting very low. Double moving up. Pobelter gets the kill. CLG was a ruse all along. Mylon's going to get stunned up out of his crunch. Now Megano has to move up, but Xmithy is low. Kicks on Kami. They'll take him out. And CLG get what they want.
And BRTT chase Zion that whole way down the river. Doublelift still chasing, though.
Certainly still going. Xmithy runs in. Huge roll out from Mylon. Might be enough. BRTT trying to turn it around, but Zion and Doublelift far too far forward. Get a crunch all the way through. Pain as BRTT will die for the ace.
And poor shot calling again. Kobe, you shouted it was under 1.5k health, that Baron. Sir T could have easily channeled over and stolen it with a shockwave, and then Pain Gaming could have disengaged, cleared waves, maybe drop an inhibitor, but they took a very bad fight because Sir T and Kami were in position to steal Baron. They were over the wall when Dude flashed Tibbers, so just poor communication.
And Zion Spartan, so intelligent there. He's able to gain BRTT's attention. He chases him halfway down the river. There's no Kalista there. Soaks up a lot of damage only because he knows he can teleport right back in with home guards. Cuts off the rest of Pain Gaming, and they're able to take down 2 inhibitors with that Baron bait.
Yeah, CLG get a massive boost there in this game because they're practically 10,000 gold ahead. They'll steal the blue, they'll go back and recall double from Vampirix after the Bloodthirster very quickly.
I mean, look right now, the ball's in position. If Sir T goes over, Kami and Sir T have to go all the way around the wall. Dean's doing his job. You can expend your support for a Baron. As a support main, I will agree with that. Just sacrifice your life, but get something out of it. Good ulti from Pobelter, by the way, too, because it keeps Xminfy alive for the kick on Kami.
Is that not the worst feeling? You go flash Tibbers as Andy.
Yes, it got him.
And no damage there, no follow-up of any sort. After move, towing the line there. Mylon does get a great ultimate, and Sir T actually channeled with the knockup there, but it just was too little too late. With Zion coming in with the teleport, full bar of health.
Yes. PRTT was really happy getting 3 members pinned into the wall. Runon's proccing on all of them, but too little too late, as we said, because they're just doing different things. If you want a team fight, sure, they could have won that if Kami and Sir T went around, but they weren't looking to team fight. They were looking to steal, so Pain Gaming need to get on the same page with each other.
Yeah, Afro also had the unbreakable wall up for the first half of that while they were stunned, so blocked a decent amount of it.
And CLG, as a result, getting very close to closing this game out, have 1 inhibitor left if they want it in the top lane. Dragon number 3 only, or 4, sorry, total, but 3 for CLG will be up. That's unlikely to be a win condition this game. CLG can do Baron, but right now, they're going to take this turret and get themselves truly 10,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, they can just push him in the top lane, then disengage back to the Baron again, forcing a very, very long distance face check. Look at all those rushes that have been cleared or dewarded by CLG.
Double of so unbelievable. Threatening right now is 909 on Tristana, has the Quicksilver completed on top of it, base of the mountain and Braum to protect him.
Poor Sentinel gets killed there by Double. If they know what brush are in right now, but
there's a lone ward outside the Baron that can maybe spot CLG moving in and out of that. So Pain Gaming are just going to rely on the fact that they haven't seen anybody pass there.
CLG cutting them off though.
Yep, now going to try and look onto Kami. They want to fight. They're going to move in for it. Zion pumps his ultimate out there from Afro as well as he pumps down the Glacial Fissure. Shockwave's not bad, but Kami will die. Zion low. Mylon scoops him out of the way. But a double kill there for Olaf as CLG are going to run forward. They know they can finish things off. Aggressive flashes. Double lift goes legendary here at Worlds. And that's going to be game. CLG will knock it down. They will have a much improved second game.
Perfect timing. So yeah, there have been some good plays. That was the good play. Perfectly timed spam.
We've been tracking team fights, level 1s, but synchronized icon usage is something that we really have to track at this event, and CLG, they take the crown with that one.
Yeah, Gu had a really good one. They were the first to do it with that ace, but there was a little bit desynced on a couple of them. That one, very close to completely in unison.
I mean, just need that good shot caller, you know?
Well, a few, I think,
is that the true measure?
I think a few mishaps here and there by both teams, honestly. We talked about indecisiveness maybe being a killer, but at the end, CLG, they have a great start to the game, a great mid-game, stumble maybe a bit towards the end, but do clean it out, and they, again, much improved from game 1. CLG, after 2 days of play, will remain undefeated.
I mean, a couple of trends still confirmed there. We see why Pain Gaming have elements of solid play, but also why their average game time is so long, because some of the late game team fights just not on point, not good communication, and CLG, a lot of focus on that Baron overall, but in the end, they didn't even need it, they didn't even get it. It was just a means to an end here for the bait. Eventually, they found Pain Gaming, but still need to work on those crisp Baron baits because they left some openings for Pain.
Yeah, and with that, they are the only undefeated team in their group now, so a lot of mixture early on here, and we'll see if the trend continues.
And that Flash Wolves upset does, like you mentioned, give CLG a strong chance. I'll take first for now, I believe, but we'll see if that continues moving through. Good to see CLG make such big improvements. It can only mean good things, especially with the Flash Wolves getting it upset.
Yeah, just look, I'm really looking forward to the second half of this group stage when these teams start facing each other again. Obviously, we're only like 2 games in, but watching Flash Wolves face off against CLG again, how the pick and bans evolve. Will CLG keep getting Lulu right now? So they have 2 wins, 2-0 on the Lulu. People give it to them. But Pobelter, Lulu generally known as a very relatively weak laner, but he's using really good wards on the side to keep pushing in. So, yeah. And those level 1s, feisty.
Oh, man.
We got all 3 level, every single game we had a level 1 5-on-5. It wasn't like a little skirmish where they were like 2 people. Full commitment by all these teams.
And Pain, I think, like you guys mentioned, have also shown some strong signs here. What do you think they can do, kind of looking at the rest of their group? Like, if one thing sticks out in your mind of what you would clean up, what do you think it is for the Brazilian side?
I think if you look at the replays, the fights that Pain Gaming lost convincingly have some glaring errors in them. Like that fight around the Baron where it went under 1.5k health, they could have stolen it. That is easy to analyze, but to get the problem realized for them is how they lose track in the early game as well. They consistently fell behind CLG, a lot better roaming, a lot better vision. That level 1 too, they could have just got 1 kill and out, but once they get a little passionate, they get 1 kill, they kind of tunnel vision. That's a mark for a lot of teams here, and you really need to be able to judge teamfights as a whole, and that's where shot calling comes in. I don't know who is the main shot caller in Pain Gaming, but they do need to work a little bit on that.
Yeah, calmer heads prevail, especially in the mid game when there's so much movement across map. And we get to the points where the side lanes are recalling at the same time, but before the point where the first line of vision wards have been put down, the most dangerous point in the game.
And so we are prepping an interview with Zion Spartan. I believe that will be with you shortly, but CLG, I already said it, much improved after their last game here, but I feel like it wasn't super clean, like how dominant they were in North America.
Yeah, I would love to see that game again with the teleport coming in earlier here for Mylon in that mid lane 5-up. You know, CLG, they end up winning, and that's all that counts. 2-0 for them.
Well, certainly 2-0 now, and Shox is standing by with CLG's top laner Zion Spartan. So let's head down to the interview lounge for a look into their 2-0 start at Worlds.
Thank you very much, guys. And of course, first off, congratulations, Zion Spartan. 2-0 on the group. Pretty good start to the tournament for CLG. Talk to me about this game because there's been a lot of upsets today. And then they came out with that Kalista, Annie, Orianna possible combo, and it got close a couple of times. Did that influence your mindset in the game at all, or did you just have your eye on the prize?
Yeah, we saw the game against KOO, so we knew Pain is not a team to be underestimated, especially in the early game. They came out ahead of KOO. And we were really scared of like the level 1, and they did have like a pretty smart level 1 strategy, but we still got ahead because we had Olaf, Braum level 1, which is ridiculously strong. And I wasn't really that worried about the game, but I definitely made sure that I was 100% focused and we were playing as a team. And I think today we played a lot better than we did yesterday, especially with my own play. And I'm a little bit more happy with how we played today for sure.
I want to talk a little bit more about that because I had the Rush Hour bottom lane here yesterday, and they didn't go into much about that game yesterday, saying that, well, we knew we had it in the end. What do you think your team could have improved on, or maybe you specifically?
I think there's just like a couple small things that game that we could have been a bit faster with, you know. Could have played team fights a little bit better. But honestly, there wasn't anything too major that was like really bad that game. It was just kind of like a slow, solid win.
Yeah, and you are 2-0 on the group right now, and that fits perfectly in the kind of things you guys have been saying before the tournament, saying that you're confident that you could go all the way. So let's step back from that and then look at what is a thing that we don't know about CLG, or a thing that you think has the biggest growth potential, maybe a specific player that we don't pay attention to, or a specific element about CLG that will be able to grow throughout this tournament.
I think people don't give enough credit to our coaching staff, and also Afro. Afro does like a really good job with shot calling and helping us improve. And I think that's something that's helped us this whole year, especially this past split, is that we're just constantly improving. Like during the Korean boot camp, like we had like a rough start, but we definitely just learned so much. And playing all these foreign teams, we're learning a lot, and I feel like we're improving a lot. And I owe it to my teammates and the coaching staff for just working hard and helping us improve. And I think that's like the edge that we have.
The edge, eyes on the prize. Finally, I normally wouldn't ask this on a day 2 of a tournament, but since you guys have been really outspoken about going all the way, looking at the rest that's been happening in this tournaments and opponents you may be facing, what is up with all these upsets and #1 seeds getting upsets and just those trends overall? What do you make of that? Do you think that makes the road possibly better for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said it before, and I'll say it again. I think we can win the whole thing, and part of the reason is that there is no Samsung White this year. There's no team that you watch their play and you say, wow, like this team is so far ahead above the rest that they can just crush the whole tournament. And you see like Flash Wolves beating KOO, you see Origin beating LGD. These teams are close. All these teams are good, and anything can happen. And no team is better than the other team, so this is like bound to be the most exciting Worlds yet, and I'm really loving Worlds so far. I'm really excited.
I think we can all echo that. Maybe finally, do you think you can get to the level of Samsung White last year with, you say, the perfect setup that you have?
It's really hard, but it's possible. I mean, they were insanely good, but we can aspire to be better.
Yeah, definitely. Well, congratulations 2-0 on the group so far. Zion, Spartan, CLG off to a fantastic start here at Worlds. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. Gentlemen, a slightly more decisive win there for CLG this time around. But what I want to start with is these crazy level ones that we've seen now, right? We had the Braum invade on the Annie, in which the Annie team won. This time around, it looked as though it was going to go the same way. But CLG able to pull out 2 kills to 1 here at the beginning. And I know, Irene, since you were the last person who spoke about those level ones, I'm going to hand it to you again.
I think that when you have Braum on your side, you should be invading every time. And then they paired it with Olaf. It's just a great pickup there. It did look like it was going to go the other way, but then the stun came out. They lost the first blood, but they still ended up getting the 2 members and almost 3 afterwards. But when there's a Braum, you should be expecting the invade. It's what EDG did, and I think that that's kind of the strategy you should be going for, is multi-pronged.
Credit where it's due, though. I mean, when we look at the bait that Payne set up there, it was a very clever level 1 from them. Just maybe not the right team composition to do that with, I would say.
And that's where I want to kind of go with this, is as we've seen some of these interesting level 1s come out and the patterns that have been formed, and then Payne, you know, making a change based on the patterns they had seen come out. Where can we expect level 1s to go? Since today seemed to have a lot more aggressive level 1s, will teams start to trend back towards the line of scrimmage? Are we going to see less, you know, trading of their jungles for lane swap warding and more straight up fighting in the early game?
I think you should be going for the level 1 if you think you have the superior composition as many times as you can. That's why I'm like saying Braum every time. Annie, you can get it if you want. But I thought that was a very unique back and forth there in that level 1. That the fact they stood in that one brush as well, the brush by Raptors, because every time I watch a CLG game, their invade is always red side invade on the opposite side, whichever side it is, has the red, go in, send people into that bush, have other people go up, and then you place wards on the sides and just get one by the big gate, put one up above near the turret. It's always the same. And this was actually a very different one this time, where they sent 4 people and just had Pobelter be bait. Because then it ended up being almost a 4v5 over here, but Pobelter got some of that action. But definitely composition strengths. Look at your strengths right away. Can we even level 1 them? And that's what you need to analyze.
Like personally, I do not like level 1s. Like they're entertaining, but there's like
are they a little scary for you?
There's like this sense of like there's always like a gamble and a risk, and I like to be. I like consistency, and there's almost no consistency in these level 1s at all. Come on.
All right, well, consistency and efficiency for Yamato. I do want to jump into the game, though, and I want to look at what CLG may have done differently this time to have more of a steady increase in their gold lead than they did yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Rush Hour bot lane, they are always winning their lane, but in this game specifically, they're transitioning that pressure to other lanes, which they didn't do yesterday.
I think that's something about CLG that has been a big part of how they found success in the second half of the split. Was Tristana and Ashe, I think, are their 2 strongest picks in the bottom lane, because you transition that power so easily. You start winning that lane. Even with Tristana, you're going to auto-push, eventually get the turret, and then he just goes middle lane. If you're Ashe, you get to do the same thing, and you just get to throw arrows down and always be ready to engage. Even when you rotate just a couple seconds earlier, you can still take advantage of that window. So I feel like those are 2 of the best picks on Double Lift, and it showed right there as well.
Yeah, and what I liked about what CLG did this game was they continued to keep the tempo of the game up. They kept putting pressure on turrets with the Tristana. They kept knocking down those objectives, taking the dragons. Their rotations looked much cleaner than we've seen. And that was my big point with CLG coming into this group is, could they take those early leads and adequately snowball them, play it out properly? And this time, in this game, they did. Not only that, but I want to talk about Double Lift, because we'll get another stat after this last game, but I thought Double Lift was amazing this season, in the summer split in the LCS. And in the first game of this series, he had over 1,000 damage per minute and did 47.8% of his team's damage on that Jinx in game 1. And it wouldn't surprise me, having watched that last game. It's not going to be that high, but it's going to be a significant amount. He is really on an individual level performing quite well.
Well, part of what works in combination with that is the Lulu. And that's what I want to point to is Crepo's point about the fact that they've gotten Lulu in both games now. And is this a thing that, I mean, Lulu in the tournament has gotten such high priority, but somehow CLG has landed with Lulu on their team both times, and as a low-economy mid laner in Pobelter, seems like the perfect champion.
Well, he's still winning lane with it as well. Even though it's low economy, he's still shoving the opponent out of lane, winning the lane in CS and getting more pressure. And then as soon as he's just got a little bit of pressure, bot lane comes in, and then they get to do the whole take the turret thing.
Right. And we see CLG. What are the con factors? Not only the Lulu, but fast pushing AD carries. Jinx in that minigun mode, Tristana with the explosive shot. So even though the compositions have had different aspects, to me, these were very similar compositions in the way that they played out. So fixing the game one's issues into a faster snowball of this game was a good step. But what else do they have? That's the question that's still on the table for CLG.
Now, final point here, and this is somewhat of a tournament-wide thing. With that game, Braum picks up his first win. So he's now 1-8. This is a support that's had, incredibly high priority placed upon him and yet is not doing well. Yamato, what's your take on why teams are struggling with this champion?
I've always felt that Braum's biggest strength is in the lane matchups against these AD carries that rely on the power and their Q ability, like Sivir, like Corki. And we haven't seen that at all in this tournament almost. I don't think we have seen a single game of Corki. So that is like the biggest factor to me.
So simply that the AD carries who are strong in lane are falling out of favor.
Yeah, exactly.
Therefore, the combination is less important.
Also, Yasuo. I mean, we can talk about this. That combination of the wind wall and the unbreakable is just really, really strong at controlling the map and at stopping sieges, setting up very preferable team fights. And that's been a pick that I thought we'd see here. Not every game, but sometimes is that Yasuo coming. We've got a lot of Yasuo players in both mid and top lane in this tournament. We talked about it yesterday. But that's another champion that, when paired with Braum, really magnifies the strengths of both champions.
Yeah, I thought LGD was going to take it and put the Lulu top instead of the Malphite. Put the Lulu top, pick a Yasuo. They also had a Braum. Be a great Yasuo composition with mixed damage. Didn't go for it. Honestly, I think the fact that Braum was 0-8 before this, just unlucky.
Well, struggling. Yeah, there you go. Just
I agree.
Struggling as of yet. Now, over on Twitter, you guys have been calling out some of your highlights with the hashtag World's Big Plays. Now, Sushi Flavored sent in, what an amazing win from Origin against LGD. Soaz doing his best Xpeke impression. Let's take a look.
Soaz can make up for his mistakes from last Worlds against OMG, and they're going for the main. The main kick inhibitor, and Soaz extinguishes the ghosts of his past. There's a very job for LGD, but it's got.
Gaming is in full.
You as a statement.
He made a lot of mistakes, and with these. I agree. I mean, after seeing how well Origin played today, and how good their preparation was, I feel, for attacking LGD, I expect the same thing coming in against TSM, and especially if Xpeke keeps up that performance, that eliminates a lot of the threat from TSM on Bjergsen.
That's what I was going to say. The terrifying thing is that Bjergsen was the best performer today on TSM, but Xpeke showed up. And so a mismatch that we thought might have been there may no longer be there. It's going to be an uphill battle for TSM. Well, stay tuned because in just 15 minutes, Quick Shot, Jat, and Officio will be here to recap all of today's action on Worlds tonight. For us, though, we need to call it a day on behalf of myself and the entire live broadcast team. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more Worlds action.
Both of these regions are so far undefeated in the World Championship. Here comes a wave. They're trying to go gets after too early. Comes with the knockup. Plusboy takes a lot of damage from the turret. Someday gets slow, gets taken down, can win the game for them. And the Beckham's for score. In comes Nagne. And it's going to be a bloodbath there. Here comes the Chaos Stuff. Korea 3-0.
Pushes him up to Vega moves. Get back.
Origin takes down one of the contenders. Look at suddenly 007 here. One more. And SKT takes it. GG. Gonna get a knock-up on the Cassine. They're gonna keep running his depth. He's hopping. He doesn't have that much damage, but he's gonna try. Flashes burn. First blood to Mako. A very clean win to stay undefeated after 2 games. It's does get it spent. Jumps in with a flash ulti, but can't
I get solo killed by the Brazilian faker, I want you to be right there for me. Yeah. Don't worry, dude.
CLG will knock it down. Much improved second game.
我想从心里说会容易些。我闭上眼睛，吞下你的眼泪，我不想看到你哭。我很幸福，我知道你爱我，因为我只有你。
像街上咖啡滚烫，煮不好最简单的早餐。我的生活是一团混乱，维持单身，感觉茫然。喜不喜欢，习不习惯，我总是说不出个答案。一个人来，又一个人往，怎么让他流连忘返？不想当笨蛋，我在墙上写满渴望。我可以大哭一场，房间还是空空荡荡。我绝对不逞强，该属于我顺其自然。可是我也要安全感，在某个适当程度的主张。早上都上来装美梦，实在让人沮丧。我的眼睛盯着天花板，也抛不出任何对象。我不想当笨蛋，我在墙上写满渴望。我可以大哭一场，房间还是空空荡荡。该属于我顺其自然，可是我也要安全感，在某个适当 闪烁不停爱的讯息，三言两语扣进心里，无助联合口气，才不轻易泄露了心情，仅仅傻笑而已，也能够彻夜的想你，爱到不可思议，创世纪到默契，不用甜言蜜语，其实我爱的是你，是你，烦恼的是我，虽然很粗心，但我会很努力，爱到不可思议，越老去越美丽，压掉了没关系，皮肤皱皱也爱你，爱你，就孩子气，这100分的相遇，就是我和你。你的讯息传个不停，随时提醒甜蜜关系，丢个硬币决定每天应该说几遍爱你，不仅思念而已，看看我无限的坚定，爱的不可思议，创世纪到默契，不用甜言蜜语，其实我爱的是你，是你，烦恼的是我，虽然很粗心，但我会很努力，爱到不可思议，越老去越美丽，压掉了没关系，皮肤皱皱也爱你，爱你，这孩子气，这100分的相遇，就是我和你。 束每段恋情，要时间忘记，想忘记，其实埋藏在心里。雨滴结束那个冬季，晒不干过去，就面对你喜怒哀乐的回忆。听天空晴朗，开始好天气，别再犹豫，放心七月天晴。失恋的人就换季，脱下过去爱情，图新的眼影，看见发亮的自己，有多美丽。受伤的人就换季，春夏秋冬轮替，总有你的美景，等待下一期，下一次天晴。雨滴结束每个冬季，晒不干过去，就面对你喜怒哀乐的回忆。听天空晴朗，开始好天气，别再犹豫，放心七月天晴。失恋的人就换季，脱下过去爱情，图新的眼影，看见发亮的自己，有多美丽。受伤的人就换季，春夏秋冬轮替，总有你的美景，等待下一期，下一次天晴。失恋的人就换季，脱下过去爱情，图新的眼影，看见发亮的自己，有多美丽。受伤的人就换季，春夏秋冬轮替，总有你的美景，等待下一期，下一次天晴。拥有了无可挑剔的温柔，为什么还觉得自由？一切都那样的完美，按说不该再有要求。两个人朝着两个方向，再多的努力都很苍白，即便手牵着手，要什么都有。我们在外人眼里幸福的像从来没有绝口，你也为我做了你能做的所有。我不想这样，你明不明白？爱不是一味接受，我一直渴望，不管是苦是甜，是否爱有缺口，都能胸口贴着胸口。却发现在一起6年以后，你还是习惯一个人独自承受。哒哒哒哒。 是替对方考虑太多，会少了走下去的理由。不管手牵着手在一起多久，我们在外人眼里幸福的像从来没有缺口。你也为我做了你能做的所有，我不想这样，你明不明白？爱不是一味接受，我一直渴望不管是故事甜是否爱有缺口，都能胸口贴着胸口。却发现在一起6年以后，你还是一直不明白我的感受。我们在外人眼里幸福的像从来没有缺口，不需要面对心酸的曾经拥有。我不想这样，你明不明白？我不想一味接受，我一直渴望不管是故事甜是否爱有缺口，都能贴着你的胸口。想不到在一起6年以后，我知道的事还不如你的朋友，你的朋友。既然你想分，没有理由我在哭撑，我还不够好，抱歉，我不否认。时间一晃动，记忆就模糊了，我们的爱没有放手着。很努力想着你，却都是真。倒退的你是真慌乱陪衬，全世界静止了，我也真的失去你了。怎么不心疼？怎么会发生？我们2个人快变成陌生人，失恋谁不闷？都不要再问，有醒着到清晨。我还不够好，抱歉，我不否认。时间一晃动，记忆就模糊了，我们的爱没有放手着。我很努力想着你，却都是 着，倒退的你是真慌乱陪衬，全世界静止了，我也真的失去你了。怎么不心疼？怎么会发生？我们两个人快变成陌生人，失恋谁不闷？都不要再问，要醒着到青春。爱情里太多转折，我自己找平衡。总之离开了，祝福了，时间会治疗我吗？怎么不心疼？怎么会发生？我们两个人快变成陌生人，失恋谁不闷？都不要再问，要醒着到青春，要醒着到清晨。过去总算渐渐都还过得去，未来就等来了再决定。回忆多少还留一点点余地，还不至于回不去。谁的青春没有浅浅的淤青？谁的伤心能不留太近？谁的一见钟情不刻骨铭心？谁能忍心不认命？你的嘴角微微扬起，你用微笑剪接我的微电影，偶尔饶了我自己，偶尔难免还想你，偶尔晴时多云，偶尔有阵雨。我的下巴微微扬起，不让泪滴主演我的微电影。你是微醺的相机，你是微妙的夏季，你是未完待续当局者的谜。谁的青春没有浅浅的淤青？谁的伤心能不留太近？谁的一见钟情不刻骨铭心？谁能忍心不认命？你的嘴角微微扬起，你用微笑剪接我的微电影，偶尔饶了我自己，偶尔难免还想你，偶尔晴时多云，偶尔有阵雨。我的下巴微微扬起，不让泪滴主演我的微电影。你是微醺的 机，你是微妙的夏季，你是未完待续当局者的谜。你是微醺的相机，你是微妙的夏季。我的下巴微微扬起，不让泪滴主演我的微电影。你是微醺的相机，你是微妙的夏季，你是未完待续当局者的谜。谁的一见钟情不刻骨铭心？什么样的爱埋伏在未来？有一个人正拿着号码牌，谁给我的爱还没有到来，可是我却有预感在脑海，天空就快亮起来，乌云在我今天剪裁，前一晚的阴霾已经快要被日出刷白，我站在地平线看向我盛开的姿态，我喜欢如此等待，爱未来没在还是未来，我要的答案还没解开，我不要爱来得太快，幸福太快，我招架不来，天堂还在荒野之外，途中的意外都是安排，我想相爱到来，那一定会很精彩，有一种爱，一种爱，一种爱，一种爱，真的存在。累了就看看窗外，风景被我视线装载，没来的好心情，有种说不出口的愉快，我站在路途中等一个美好的时代，到现在还在等待，未来没在还是未来，我要的答案还没解开，我不要爱来得太快，幸福太快，我招架不来，天堂还在荒野之外，途中的意外都是安排，我想相爱到来，那一定会很精彩，有一种爱，一种爱，一种爱，一种爱，真的存在。看一遍我身后的荒野，才发现我要往前跨越，不怕前面还有多少失恋，一直走会走到终点。 心爱你，再爱就伤感情，保持安全距离。好朋友才是最好的关系。太珍惜，太想继续，太在意我们的这份默契，情愿现在这样留在原地。可是我的泪滴为什么不休息？是沉默让我犯了过敏，懦弱酸了眼睛。可是我浓浓鼻音，为什么不留点余地？微笑快要不能呼吸，思念挥之不去的叹息，伪装没有力气。这样明明爱你却要骗自己，是我害怕未来没有了你，不言又不语，不理也不应，是这世上最残酷的图形。我只能明明爱你却要骗自己，骗到最后自己都不相信。我的在乎带走我的友情，一个人自言自语，是我习惯的回忆。不敢放心爱你，再爱就伤感情。最好的关系存在这距离，相遇已经不容易。太珍惜，太想继续，太在意我们的这份默契，情愿现在这样留在原地。可是我的泪滴为什么不休息？是沉默让我犯了过敏，懦弱酸了眼睛。可是我浓浓鼻音，为什么不留点余地？微笑快要不能呼吸，思念挥之不去的叹息，伪装没有力气。这样明明爱你却要骗自己，是我害怕未来没有了你，不言又不语，不理也不应，是这世上最残酷的图形。我只能明明爱你却要骗自己，骗到最后自己都不相信。我的在乎带走我的友情，不问可不可以，就不担心会失去。这样明明爱你却要骗自己，是我害怕未来没有了你，不言又不语，不理也不应，是这世上最残酷 创折射的光影，像有着心事的一张表情，而你低头摘星，想知道关于我的事情，情太如今，眼下风铃摇晃曾经，回忆是一行行无踪简洁的风景，爱始终年轻，而我听见下雨的声音，想起你用唇语说爱情，幸福也可以很安静，我付出一切，很相信，终于听见下雨的声音，于是我的世界被吵醒，就怕情绪化了眼睛，不舍的泪在彼此的脸上透明。爱在扩近，缘分不停，水在担心，窗台上滴落的雨滴，轻敲着伤心，凄美而动听，而我听见下雨的声音，想起你用唇语说爱情，热恋的时刻最任性，不顾一切的给予你，终于听见下雨的声音，于是我的世界被吵醒，发现你始终很靠近，默默地陪在我身边，态度坚你离开的那一天，天空有点灰，见不着你最爱的蓝天，少了一个人斗嘴，多些朋友的安慰，一切都不是错觉，来不及道声感谢，故事已结尾，太多事情来不及后悔，我还有太多心愿，太多梦没有实现，桌上还留着过去的照片。 一个人的失眠，一个人的空间，一个人的想念，两个人的画面。是谁的眼泪，是谁的憔悴，洒满地的心碎。我一个人的冒险，一个人的座位，一个人想着一个人，眼角的泪，这不是错觉。感谢故事已结尾，太多事情来不及后悔，我还有太多心愿，太多梦没有实现，桌上还留着过去的照片。我一个人的失眠，一个人的空间，一个人的想念，两个人的画面。是谁的眼泪，是谁的憔悴，洒满地的心碎。我一个人的冒险，一个人的座位，一个人想着一个人，眼角的泪，这不是错觉。那些年，那几天，那一夜都恍如昨天。这些年，这几天，这一夜，你让我失眠。我一个人的失眠，一个人的空间，一个人的想念，两个人的画面。是谁的眼泪，是谁的憔悴，洒满地的心碎。我一个人的冒险，一个人的座位，一个人想着一个人，眼角的泪，这不是错觉。静悄悄，乱纷纷，都输给了时间，却没有辜负青春。他诚恳，才不让你等。你失落了黄昏，却换来平静夜深。众里寻人，错爱只是为真爱作证。所谓魔鬼留下的伤痕，都是天使的指纹。灯火阑珊，何必急于看到那个人？等谁的安稳，都只因为那盏还没开的灯。静静，黑沉沉，开了窗，关上门，谁给了你寂寞？寂寞还给你心声。 熄了欲望，笑却雕琢了皱纹。众里寻人，错爱只是为真爱作证。所谓魔鬼留下的伤痕，都是天使的指纹。灯火阑珊，何必急于看到那个人？能睡得安稳，都只因为那盏还没开的灯。最初总坚持自以为是的缘分，最后才顺其自然看花开无声。离开你那个人，同时释放了你，你为何不转身？众里寻人，错爱只是为真爱作证。每次告别留下的伤痕，都是天使的指纹。灯火阑珊，你急着要看到那个人，他也在寻找你的身影，你也让别人在等。
能不能蒙上眼睛就可以不伤心？能不能脱下面具还可以很安心？如果不是遇见你，我不可能相信生命有一种一定要爱下去。爱可以相知相许，相依为命，却听天由命。爱可以心有灵犀，动魄惊喜，却难以抗拒流星的宿命。我属于你的注定，不属于我的命运。不要命，不要清醒，还有梦能紧紧抱着你。爱写出我的诗经，算不出我的命运。你给我的命，下一辈子再还你。如果能如 定，不属于我的命运。不要命，不离不弃，暴风雨里静静的运行。爱写出我的诗经，算不出我的命运。你借我的命还给天地，还给你。
放心爱你，再爱就伤感情，保持安全距离。好朋友才是最好的关系。太珍惜，太想继续，太在意我们的这份默契，情愿现在这样留在原地。可是我的泪滴为什么不休息？是沉默让我犯了过敏，懦弱酸了眼睛。可是我浓鼻音，为什么不留点余地？微笑快要不能呼吸，思念挥之不去的叹息，伪装没有力气。这样明明爱你却要骗自己，是我害怕未来没有了你。不言又不语，不理也不应，是这世上最残酷的图形。我只能明明爱你却要骗自己，骗到最后自己都不相信。我的在乎带走我的友情，一个人自言自语，是我习惯的回忆。最好的关系存在这距离，相遇已经不容易。太珍惜，太想继续，太在意我们的这份默契，情愿现在这样留在原地。可是我的泪滴为什么不休息？是沉默让我犯了过敏，懦弱酸了眼睛。可是我浓鼻音，为什么不留点余地？微笑快要不能呼吸，思念挥之不去的叹息，伪装没有力气。骗自己，是我害怕未来没有了你。不言又不语，不理也不应，是这世上最残酷的图形。我只能明明爱你，却要骗自己，骗到最后自己都不相信。我的在乎带走我的友情，不问可不可以，就不担心会失去。这样明明爱你，却要
心，骗到最后自己都不相信。我的在乎带走我的勇气，不问可不可以留在爱你的原地。你出现我身边，像个奇迹发生。没想到会是你，让我如此失魂。我心中的感觉是这样陌生，快乐的牵挂，在相聚的每一分。曾以为我见过所有爱的可能，这一刻才明了我有多么天真。想给你全世界，一刻我都不愿等。想要你的心，却怕不能成真。因为你有你的人生，我有我的旅程，在前方还有等着你的人。你会哭会笑会爱会伤神，你会不会敲我的门？虽然你对我的认真，我也感动万分。你终究不是属于我的人，但记得在你孤单的时候，我会伸出双手，我会是你朋友到永久。可能这一刻才明了我有多么天真，想给你全世界，一刻我都不愿等。想要你的心，却怕不能成真。因为你有你的人生，我有我的旅程，在前方还有等着你的人。你会哭会笑会伤神，你会不会敲我的门？虽然你对我的认真，我也感动万分。你终究不是属于我的人，但记得在你孤单的时候，我会伸出双手，我会是你朋友到永久。伤神，你会不会敲我的门？虽然你对我的认真，我也感动万分。你终究不是属于我的人，但记得在你孤单的时候，我会伸出双手，我就是你朋友。永久。 的飞，没有掩饰的向前。也许无法全都了解，该是自己的明天，有一点累也无所谓。今天不用担心明天的后悔，下一秒就在眼前，世界不停地追，不会为了任何人改变，剩下一点单纯和疲惫。我往前，不再想念昨天，雨不停歇，阻挡了勇气和冒险，却听不见心底的倒影不再像从前，转过身无法后退。往前，不再想念，雨不停歇，阻挡了勇气和冒险。我想听见曾经的努力值得我们再追，就算迷蒙一片，雨不停歇，我却只能往前。今天不用担心明天的后悔，下一秒就在眼前，世界不停地追，不会为了任何人改变，剩下一点单纯和疲惫。我往前，不再想念昨天，雨不停歇，阻挡了勇气和冒险，却听不见心底的倒影不再像从前，转过身无法后退。往前，不再想念，雨不停歇，阻挡了勇气和冒险。我想听见曾经的努力值得我们再追，就算迷蒙一片，雨不停歇，我却只能往前。雨不停歇，我却只能往前。天黑的有一点快，车开的有点快，这是现在，不是虚构的片段。心怎么也放不开，脸色有点苍白，过去那段不是虚构的恋爱。那那那那那那那 说却说不出口，爱过的痕迹会一直存在。流浪的地图。却说不出口，爱过的痕迹会一直存在。流浪的地图，我在流浪。啦啦啦啦啦啦。毁灭爱情，才能真的清醒。隐藏住感情，任何决定都随便你。不能喜欢你。骑不快的单车，载满你的友谊，是在想问一句：停下等我，行不行？我知道你专情，它的确是唯一，所以问笑一句：你见死忘又很彻底。我骑不快单车，你只是加油打气。了解我很累，没有力气跟着你，汗水划过眼睛，只是汗水，别担心，我永远支持你，给予坚定的友情，毁灭爱情，才能真的清醒，隐藏住感情，任何决定都随便。笑过于公平，对我太好，我很难放弃。我毁灭爱情，就算再不甘心，只能欺骗自己，最后还是深深离奇。不能带着爱拥抱你，我们之间。 友情，毁灭爱情，才能真的清醒。隐藏住感情，任何决定都随便你。不能喜欢你，你的微笑过于公平，对我太好，我很难放弃。我毁灭爱情，就算再不甘心，只能欺骗自己，最后还是深深离奇。不能带着爱拥抱你，我们之间朋友而已。毁灭爱情，才能真的清醒。隐藏住感情，任何决定都随便你。不能喜欢你，你的微笑过于公平，对我太好，我很难放弃。我毁灭爱情，就算再不甘心，只能欺骗自己，最后还是深深离奇。不能带着爱拥抱你，我们之间朋友而已。有时候我真的觉得好寂寞，虽然你什么都没说，只是紧紧地抱着我，却轻轻对我说，我只是普通的朋友，爱的感觉不同，付出的爱没有结果。想不透，我知道自己没有错，爱你的心忘了上锁，傻傻让爱变成一种折磨。你对我一点不在乎，我还是爱的不认输。对你的爱，我选择了让步。被放逐在寒冷的边境，去学习暧昧不行不是甜蜜，不再理所谓的不公平，静静地离去，静静地闭上眼睛。想不透，我知道自己没有错，爱你的心忘了上锁，傻傻让爱变成一种折磨。你对我一点不在乎，我还是爱的不认输。对你的爱，我选择了让步。被放逐在寒
走吧，不需要理由，忘掉彼此重新来过。不爱了吗？随口问我，发现你的手在颤抖，谎言剪碎了承诺，连解释都不说。也许恨过我，伤了我，怕了我，也应该爱过我。痛苦是你给的礼物，打开让记忆更清楚，之后再假装快乐，紧紧地绑住。眼泪是你给的礼物，地址是不怎么幸福，送到无法相爱的国度。你走吧，不需要理由，忘掉彼此重新来过。不爱了吗？随口问我，发现你的手在颤抖，谎言剪碎了承诺，连解释都不说。你也许恨过我，伤了我，怕了我，也应该爱过我。痛苦是你给的礼物，打开让记忆更清楚，之后再假装快乐，紧紧地绑住。眼泪是你给的礼物，地址是不怎么幸福，送到无法相爱的国度。痛苦是你给的礼物，打开让记忆更清楚，之后再假装快乐，紧紧地绑住。眼泪是你给的礼物，地址是不怎么幸福，送到无法相爱的国度。我会努力比你更幸福。这个秋天过去以后，我开始重新明白，情歌里唱的爱情是怎么一回事。看见你无暇的表情，我猜不透它只是你的心。我一直冷静，却还是走不出这秘密，好孤寂。我开始失去了勇气，而你却还想在游戏。
假装清醒，看清你的心，终于我选择了离去。你像个孩子一样的被我看穿，在你面前我试着隐瞒，所有过去全都变成伤害。我像个傻子一样的被你出卖，一字一句都要我承担，到了最后我选择分开。我开始失去了勇气，而你却还想在游戏。我假装清醒，看清你的心，终于我选择离去。你像个孩子一样的被我看穿，在你面前我试着隐瞒，所有过去全都变成伤害。我像个傻子一样的被你出卖，一字一句都要我承担，到了最后我选择分开。你像个孩子一样被我看穿，在你面前我试着隐瞒，所有过去全都变成伤害。我像个傻子一样的被你出卖，一字一句都要我承担，到了最后我选择分开。我一个人的沙发上，还有你拥抱的力量，起身才看见孤单的形状，在空气里曝光。明明是咖啡不加糖，怎么喝还是懒洋洋？你不在的天气撞了开关，碰到天暗就黑暗。我以为爱一直闪亮，现在剩一个人坚强，想念在手中张开变翅膀，我还懂不懂飞翔？我看见爱一直在闪亮，心头的心改变了方向，指引着城市情歌的悲伤，才让一碗热汤红了
变了方向，只因这城市情歌太悲伤，才让一念热烫红了眼眶。雨下在我窗前，玻璃也在流眼泪，这剩的人都看起来比我幸福一点，用寂寞来刺眼，还是最想要你陪，曾一起走过的夏天，我常常会梦见。我猜不到你真正的感觉，思念写成脸上的黑眼圈，有的时候我宁愿你对我坏一点，无法停止幻想我们的永远。爱你是孤单的心事，不懂你微笑的意思，只能向你多向日葵，在夜里默默的坚持。爱你是孤单的心事，多希望你对我诚实，一直爱着你，用我自己的方式。我在你的心里有没有一点特别？就怕你终究没发现，我还在你身边。我猜不到你真正的感觉，思念写成脸上的黑眼圈，有的时候我宁愿你对我坏一点，无法停止幻想我们的永远。爱你是孤单的心事，不懂你微笑的意思，只能向你多向日葵，在夜里默默的坚持。爱你是孤单的心事，多希望你对我诚实，一直爱着你，用我自己的方式。爱你是孤单的心事，不懂你微笑的意思，只能向你多向日葵，在夜里默默的坚持。爱你是孤单的心事，多希望你对我诚实，一直爱着你，用我自己的方式。
呼吸伦敦的空气，也听见 Sting 唱歌的 CD， 看见红色的电话亭，我总觉得来过这里，看见了你的蓝眼睛，像是说着我爱你的表情，不晓得怎么了我的心绪，我认为可以再继续一段没了没还的爱情，深刻的爱情，你带我去看最美的风景，转动在这个摩天轮里，还有你送我的玩具，爱上伦敦的清晰，爱也很清晰，双手的温度填满在心里，总是我们终究会是分开，记得彼此的心。我呼吸伦敦的空气，也听见 Sting 唱歌的 CD， 看见红色的电话亭，我总觉得来过这里，看见了你的蓝眼睛，像是说着我爱你的表情，不晓得怎么了我的心绪，我认为可以再继续一段没了没还的爱情，深刻的爱情，你带我去看最美的风景，转动在这个摩天轮里，还有你送我的玩具，爱上伦敦的清晰，爱也很清晰，双手的温度填满在心里，总是我们终究会是分开，记得彼此的心。我看见了一个大笨钟，却看不见它的动作，走进了旧的地铁站，去到达我想要去的地方，离开你没了没还的爱情，深刻的爱情，你带我去看最美的风景，转动在这个摩天轮里，还有你送我的玩具，爱上伦敦的清晰，爱也很清晰，双手的温度填满在心里，总是我们终究会是分开，记得彼此的心。接近你，连影子都微笑着，几千只纸鹤，你都耐心地陪着我着，却怎么都遮不掉那道无形的隔阂。越懂你，陪着你就越寂寞，灵魂那么美，我却碰不得，感觉再炽热也不能让飞蛾去扑火，跑进你的梦，难道就能不失落？好朋友只是朋友，还
是你，也许我就足够了。缘分的深浅我都不管了，可能你感动，也看不见我心如刀割。哪怕很痛过，至少就不算错过。好朋友只是朋友，还是朋友不能够占有。好朋友疯狂以后，就一个人走，无所求。好朋友只是朋友，只能保有一点点温柔。我知道什么时候回头，不打扰你的自由。爱人不是最好的朋友，朋友再好也不能牵手。感情再天平两头，谁都抛开沉重。好朋友只是朋友，还是朋友不能够占有。好朋友疯狂以后，还是一个人走，无所求。好朋友只是朋友，只能保有一点点温柔。我知道什么时候回头，不打扰你的自怕不怕被拒绝？怕不怕被省略？你怕不怕被沦落在宿命中妥协？当真爱宣告从缺，骄傲的玫瑰这一片一片枯萎。尽管你抱歉忏悔，只是一旦坠跌就不能飞。